Welcome to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Morning, everybody. Morning, and welcome once again to Perkins Online. Well, one has the impression that the only matter worth discussing, or in the view of our media people, was the Commissioner's press conference yesterday morning. Started at 10 o'clock. In which he officially announced the police change of mind. Mr. Wilmot was not murdered after all. He died of a heart condition, a heart attack or whatever, heart failure, whatever it was, but something to do with his heart. It's a colossal embarrassment, to Jamaica. There's no getting away from that. Whether it was the fault of the pathologist or the fault of the police, the fact is that people all over the world must be screaming their heads off about Jamaica. And somewhere, there was colossal incompetence. No fooling around about that. For a man to have died in a hotel room, and the police come forward with an announcement that he was murdered. And then had reason to believe that the pathologist's report on which they had based this was inaccurate. Even while saying that the man was murdered, right? They are thinking that this pathologist's report this matter has to be re-examined by other pathologists. So they get other pathologists in Britain, Canada, and South Africa to examine the thing, and they come up with a different conclusion. But not only that, even while the police were here saying that the man had been murdered and by manual strangulation, there were doctors here who were casting serious doubt on the matter. We spoke on this program to a British pathologist who expressed the view that on the evidence, as we had heard it, it could not have been strangulation, because he said that it would have been obvious, looking at the man without doing any post-mortem, it should have been obvious had he been strangled, because you would have seen blood spots beneath the skin all over his face and neck, because strangling a man would have involved the bursting of tiny blood vessels in the skin. And in a man of Mr. Wilma's complexion, the blood spots would have been obvious. And I believe, I seem to remember Dr. Carolyn Gomes coming on this program and saying the same thing. Now, so why then did the police, whatever the pathologist had said, why did they run with the conclusion that the man had been murdered, when they themselves felt that on the basis of the evidence, because there was evidence concerning the state of the room in which the man had been found, there was no evidence of any disturbance, of any struggle or anything of the kind. And it's almost inconceivable that a man of Mr. Wilmer's size and presumed physical strength would have been strangled without putting up any kind of resistance at all. So I don't know. What seems to me to need examination is what it is that caused the police to rush to, not just to the conclusion, but to the publicizing of that conclusion. I don't know, we're hoping to have Mr. Shields with us on this program tomorrow afternoon. So maybe he'll be able to elucidate that for us. But in the meantime, I don't think that there is any question about it. Jamaica has suffered a severe embarrassment. And when you put that together with some of the other things that we are embarrassed about, the high levels of crime in this country, for example, notably of murder, I wonder what this is doing to the economy of Jamaica, and what this Wilmot scandal, which is what it really is, a scandal, what this is going to add to it. Because, you know, if some person with some capital to invest were thinking about Jamaica, and he did his due diligence, and the crime, the high levels of crime, hit him in the face. And then on top of that, the scandalous incompetence of the investigative process. Not only are the murders being committed, but the police can't catch up with the murderers. They can't solve crimes. And this is happening before Mr. Wilmot's case. It's been going on for quite some time. As I keep repeating on this program, the crimes are being committed, the murders are being committed, and the police can't catch up with the murderers. One is almost free to commit murder in this country and get away with it. All you have to do is make sure you don't just walk down to the police station with the man head that you chop off in a basket and blood all over you and say, look at what I just done do. Right? If you don't do that, I mean, well, you know, it isn't that I'm encouraging people to behave like this, but I'm sure people know this, that because lots of them are committing these crimes and getting away with them. And one of the questions I would, like Mr. Shields to respond to when he comes here, is that he has been here for a couple of years, he and other police from Britain. We have imported them in the hope of being able to improve our policing. What impact have they had on this policing, on the quality of our policing here in Jamaica? We take a break. We come back in a moment.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is
10:15.
Let's get healthy. Yeah, here we go. Come on, shift to the left. Yeah, shift to the right. With chiffon. Spreads real easy, cooks up right, makes healthy and light. Shift to chiffon. Spread it on now. Enriched with vitamins, tastes real good. No cholesterol, no trans fat. No cholesterol, no trans fat. Shift to chiffon. Fresh to made, every day, keeping healthy the chiffon way. Chiffon. One more time. Shift to chiffon. Shift to great flavor. Chiffon. Shift to great taste. Chiffon. Now available, chiffon low fat. Chiffon margarine made by Semprod must be good. Yeah.
This is a message from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. Parents, is your child a PASS beneficiary between 1 and 6 years old? Have you taken him for a checkup since January? If you have not, then you must take him to the health centre by June 30. Remember, your PASS benefit depends on these visits. The Programme of Advancement through Health and Education, advancing your family, developing Jamaica. For further information, call toll-free 1-888-991-7284 or contact the Ministry's office in your parish. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Now, the Commissioner of Police has said that the conduct of Mr. Renito Adams and of Mr. Mark Shields, who was asked a question, I believe, at the press conference yesterday, was it? And he, about the comments that Mr. Renito Adams had made on a television program. Mr. Adams, Senior Superintendent Adams, had said that that had he been Mr. Shields, were he Mr. Shields, he would have resigned over the conduct of this Wilmot matter. Mr. Shields was asked some question about it and responded something to the effect that Mr. Adams had far more stronger reason for resigning than he, which is quite true. I don't think there's any question about that. But what one wonders, this statement made by Mr. Adams was made on Wednesday evening last week on CVM television. Did the Commissioner not know about it? And what action did he take? Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, yesterday. He had 5 days in which to do something about this. Did he do anything? And while the controversy, Mr. Shields responding in the way that he didn't help the situation, and which would have been embarrassing to the police force. It seems to me that, the commissioner should look to blaming himself for having left the matter. He should have, I think he should have spoken to Mr. Shields about it, told him what he was doing. And in any event, when one looks at the record of Mr. Adams, well, first of all, Mr. Adams was charged. He was an active policeman on frontline duty up to the time of the Kroll case. I think that after the Kroll case, after the investigation and the decision that he should be prosecuted for the Kroll case, at some point he was, I think, suspended from the force. After the trial, he was restored to duty, but not frontline, not out on the road. Now, why? Given that he was acquitted, so he was not guilty, right? Not guilty of as charged. What is it that led to his being taken away from the kind of duty that he was well known for? And put on a desk job. Somebody must have been dissatisfied with the way he had performed. And the question really is whether Mr. Adams remaining in the police force does not tell a story about the police force. Anyway, there is a Don Anderson poll published in the Observer this morning. Very strange. Well, I find these polls fascinating, not because I think that there is any validity to them, but just because of some of what seems to be nonsense that they come up with. 1,117 registered voters were interviewed. 17.5% of them said that the PNP is doing a very good job. Another 38% of them said the police were doing a good, the PNP was doing a good job of government. That's a total of 55, 48, 55, 0.5% said the PNP was doing a good job of government of the country. And yet, extraordinarily, 61% said the PNP said that the country was going in a wrong direction. So, could I ask this question? If the country is going in a wrong direction, who is leading it in that wrong direction? Is it not the government that is in office at the moment? Leading the country in a wrong direction, but doing a good job of it. Well, I don't know. It is either that is, a nonsense result, or that the people in Jamaica are remarkably stupid. Right? And then there is another thing about the people who are saying that the party is not doing a good job, or the government is not doing a good job, are in the upper regions of the society. The people on the ground think that they are doing a good job. But where is it that the same people from whom one hears that not Nagwan, they are saying that they are, with the government. They think the government is doing a wonderful job, right? Although they contribute to the 61% who are saying that, the country is going in the wrong direction. Country is going in the wrong direction, but the government is doing a good job. Well, obviously, in the minds of those people, they hope to see the country going in a wrong direction. And that wrong direction includes crime and unemployment or the effects of that wrong direction. Crime, unemployment, and a whole lot of other things like this. But they are for it. They like that, That is, I find this very funny. But then that is always the thing about polls, They're not, in my view, to be taken seriously. More than 61% is not 61%. More than 61% think that the country is going in the wrong direction. Well, if that is what Jamaican people want, that is what they must have. This is a democracy. And in a democracy, the people make their choices. And if they choose to go in a wrong direction, well, if you don't like it, see whether you can catch one of the 5 flights a day. Okay, do we take the break?
Ideal Finance Corporation, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5, offers competitive interest rates on your investments and attractive foreign exchange rates. Call 960-639024. The time by Ideal Finance Corporation is
10:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road and 145 Constant Spring Road. Massive sale on steel, lumber, 5/8 4-ply, cement and more. Take our competitors' quotations to us, and we'll beat the prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Telephone 969-3382. That's 969-3382.
Now for today's weather brief. There's a surface trough across the central Caribbean. This morning will be partly cloudy. During the afternoon, expect scattered showers and thunderstorms mainly over northern and southwestern areas. In our 3-day outlook, Thursday will be partly cloudy with scattered showers and thunderstorms during the afternoon. On Friday, expect more partly cloudy conditions, scattered showers and thunderstorms with winds during the afternoon. Saturday, look for cloudy conditions with showers and thunderstorms across most areas. Also expect windy conditions. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody.
Marlon, I want to fix up the kitchen at home and the bar at the club with some nice countertop sink and faucets, but I wonder if I can afford it.
Look, Miss B, as a trained workman, Cameron Industries, them have low-price Fender acrylic, post-form laminated in plenty colors, and them solid surface second to none. The workman, them factory trained. Them products strong and resist heat, chemicals and stain. Them also have some nice sinks, and what the nice word they use the pipe?
Faucet. Come to think of it, everybody's talking about Camerons. I also hear they give excellent service.
That's right. Check them at the Trade Center, 3032 Red Hills Road, Kingston. Telephone 906-386-224 and Hatfield, Manchester, 963-0628. Cameron Industries is the best name for quality countertops in Jamaica.
Discover a difference at Treasure Beach Hotel, an oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. This eco-friendly beachfront resort provides an ambiance of total relaxation, privacy and intimacy, away from the hustle and bustle of commercial life. Treasure Beach Hotel, Treasure Beach, St. Elizabeth, 965-0110. Discover the difference. You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. We go now to our callers. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, morning, sir.
Mr. Perkins, how are you?
Not too bad.
Good, sir.
You?
Well, boy, I'm not grumbling, you know.
You're not grumbling?
No, sir.
Oh, you're laughing?
Neither.
Huh?
Neither.
Oh? Smiling, but I hear you laughing.
Well, after your opening remarks this morning, I had to laugh, you know.
Yes, why?
Well, I mean...
Eh?
It seems like we have a crazy head of people on this one, you know. The head no good.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think it is good at all.
Oh, boy.
You know, I've never seen my country in this state. And, I mean, I'm telling the truth, Mr. Perkins, something is urging me that I have to do something. When good men refuse to stand, then we...
Will you speak up a bit for me?
Pardon?
Speak up. Keep your voice up.
Okay, no, I was saying, when I see how my country is going, something is prompting me inside that I have to do something.
Yes?
Yes, I have to have to take responsibility for my country. Because as far as I see here, our leaders don't have no ambition. That's how I see them. I see my leaders only wanting an SUV, a house, few girls down the road maybe. They pick me go to school and, you know, a few dollars in their bank account. These guys aren't looking for
few?
A few dollars in the bank account.
A few dollars in the bank account? That's what you think they want?
It's a couple million.
A couple million?
Yes. What you say? More than that?
A couple $1 million? That's not money, man.
I'm talking in US, you know.
Not even US.
Oh, yes. Pounds?
Couple million? You're joking, man.
No, Mr. Perkins, I'm dead serious. No, I'm really, really serious. Anyway, I have quite a few points here I want to bring to your attention. One is G2K. I am so disappointed.
Yes.
Because, Mr. Perkins, put away the JLP. Personally, had I had the resources to bring this to the people, I personally would have done it as a one man. You understand what I'm saying, sir? This is what the government is doing. So when you have issue like this, you don't let people, call you down on your back off, man. That's the reason you should stand.
But it's not the only time they've been called.
Yes. Well, we have been saying it.
Did you see Mr. Samuda on the television program?
Yes, sir.
With Mr. Buchanan was on it.
Right.
And brought up the matter of the Jezebel thing.
Yes, sir.
And without hearing, without saying, all right, I will look into the matter. I have to speak to Mrs. Gordon Webley about it, and so on, find out what was said and so on.
Right.
Without saying anything of the kind. Right thereupon, not having heard it, not knowing what was said, he apologized. Right?
And when I go back, Mr. Perkins, and look at it, what the woman said, she is 100% right. Because who was Jezebel, if anybody understands who was Jezebel?
Eh?
Who was Jezebel, if anybody understands who was Jezebel?
Well, Jezebel was a queen.
Yes.
She was a Phoenician or some such person.
Right.
She married an Israeli king.
Exactly.
And she decided that she wanted to introduce her God.
Yes. Among the Jews.
To the people of Israel.
Right.
And to make her God Baal the God of Israel.
Exactly.
Right? She surrounded herself with a lot of prophets. Right?
Yes.
And proceeded on that basis.
Exactly.
Right? Now, I don't know. I suppose that, but if my understanding is that you would have had to hear what it is that Mrs. Gordon Webley actually said. And nobody has been, concerned about that. And the mere mention of the name Jezebel, and I can tell you something.
Yes.
I can see why the PNP would get very upset about it.
Yes.
Because that name there, if it ever stick.
Well, I tell you something. The name, as you rightly said, just the mention of the name already, people getting horrified. Because, let me tell you something, Mr. Perkins. Jezebel was a woman who surrounded herself with a whole lot of false.
A whole lot of what?
False prophet.
Yes.
Just like this lady here. You see?
Well...
And I'm saying, I could make the same remark too. But what I don't like, sir, about Jamaican people is that if somebody may criticize the government, they say, oh yeah man, he is a member of the opposition. But I would say, yes, I'm a member of the opposition, but not necessarily be a member of the JLP. If the JLP was doing wrong, or any other body for that matter, even if I employ somebody in my house as a helper, this time you come, you see your ring gone. Next time you see your chain. Next time the food are missing. The first thing you do, you get rid of that person.
Yes.
So what are you going to say to me now? Is it because the person at PNP I'm in jail why I get rid of the person? No, man, not going to go like that. That is one. One thing, I wanted to say something about the economy. I have been trying to get in touch with Omar Davis' office, which I didn't get a chance to tell Omar that even if the car is so beautiful, without the engine, the car cannot move.
If what?
Without the engine,
yes,
the car cannot move.
That's true.
Good. So I use the same analogy to say in the economy. If the economy is not moving, everything gonna get licked.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Now, there is something I heard you said some time ago, and Mr. Hardishaw as well. And it was where Mr. Omar Davis, the Minister of Finance, received some money from the backside levy in advance. Yes, and we want to find out where was the money didn't enter into the consolidated fund. So I am wondering if we have a law that governs the ordinary people down here.
The ordinary what?
The ordinary people. Because if you work in an institution and they said once you get the money you have to lodge it and you didn't lodge it, if first thing I do is fire you. Even what Mr. Davis saying ministry. Now he didn't receive two as it happened. 2 times has received money, one for 150 million US, next one was for 200 million US. And we have been asked where the money. Why the money didn't go into the proper channel, as it is said. You know, and I really don't trust those things, Mr. Perkins. And I'm hoping, I'm praying to God.
Well, I haven't been hearing you very clearly, but
okay.
But the thing is this, that there is an extent to which lawlessness thrives within government in this country.
That's true.
Right? These matters these sums of money should go into the consolidated fund.
Exactly.
And should be appropriated by Parliament.
Exactly.
Right? That kind of thing tends not to happen whenever the minister feels that it shouldn't.
So where else it could have possibly gone, Mr. Perkins? Where else could it have possibly gone?
Well, I don't know. He will say that it was used to support public projects, right?
But even if
they're supporting public projects, that should come to Parliament. Parliament should have the opportunity of examining the matter and deciding about it. But of course, Parliament in Jamaica is really represents not the people but the parties.
Exactly, sir.
Right? And no Minister of Finance is going to come to Parliament in this country and tell them, look here, I spent so much money, or I did so and so and so on, and I want you to approve it, and not get it approved. Right?
The next question, sir. Do you think this government could survive in the industrial world, say Europe or America?
This government would not be in the industrial world.
They could be in the industrial world. All right. The next
this government would only exist in a backward third world country.
I believe you. I believe you. But Mr. Perkins, listen to me carefully now. How is it that we love so much law, yet at the same time we don't like law? We love to impose law on people, yet we are the very one that turn over the law.
But of course, Mr. Patterson says the law is not a shackle. Not a shackle for him, right? Not a shackle for the members of the government and so on.
But I bet you, Mr. Perkins,
a shackle for the ordinary people?
I bet you right now, if I make a statement I send to people, don't obey no law, especially if you think the law is corrupt, I bet you people come out and it's down my throat.
Yes, sir, but it cannot be. It cannot be in your interest and mine.
Well, that is true.
For people not to obey the law. Because for people not to obey the law is confusion.
Well, that is true.
Right? Uncertainty.
Yes.
Danger.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes.
And that is not what government is there to promote.
That's
right?
what I realize.
Government is there to promote the security of its people.
True, sir.
And the security of their rights. Okay?
Yes, yes. I made a comment some time ago, 7 years ago when I was on your program. It's so long, sir. Time flies. And I said to you, the way I view government in Jamaica, especially this one, I view this government the very way I view AIDS. AIDS destroys. Government in Jamaica destroys. Government doesn't promote and help its people to become independent and strong.
Yes.
And this is the same way I view my government, and it's a disgrace.
Yes.
Now, let me just extend and have a little question here. Do you think the wicked British during the time of Paul Bogle, do you think they were wickeder than this present administration? And if they were, then if I was to say burn down a courthouse, would you people make me a national hero?
Would I what?
If I was to say burn down a courthouse in Jamaica, would you make me a national hero? That's the question I want to ask.
No. Do you want to be a national hero?
Sir, well, not so much a national hero. I would want to do something that would help my country, even if it means burning down a courthouse. So I'm saying to you, we may...
Well, I rather doubt that burning down the courthouse would help your country.
Well, I'm saying Paul Bogle did it, and we make him a national hero, because he was fighting for the oppressed and those who was trampled on. And now I'm saying, asking the question, if the British wasn't as wicked as these current criminals, which we have now, I'm asking myself a question. If I burn down a courthouse, would people say, okay, make him a hero too?
But it is not necessary to burn down the courthouse, so we have other options.
We have other options.
Right? Yes? Hold on just a moment.
Barco Caribbean Limited has such a fine cosmetic line for hair and skin. My family and I have used all their products from Pure Lean to Camille to Magic Beauty. These products can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices. The time by Barco Caribbean Limited is
10:45. Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now.
Celebrate a new you. You could drop a jean size or two for summer. For the month of June only, for every 2 wraps purchased, you will get 1 free. Feel and look wonderful. Suddenly Slender body wraps. Get a butt, hip, thigh, and tummy makeover. No surgery. Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston. 920-1139 or 997-1909.
Now for today's weather brief. There's a surface trough across the central Caribbean. This morning will be partly cloudy. During the afternoon, expect scattered showers and thunderstorms mainly over northern and southwestern areas. In our 3-day outlook, Thursday will be partly cloudy with scattered showers and thunderstorms during the afternoon. On Friday, expect more partly cloudy conditions, scattered showers and thunderstorms with winds during the afternoon. Saturday, look for cloudy conditions with showers and thunderstorms across most areas. Also expect windy conditions. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
Tetley Tea Company Jamaica, now introducing Tetley Premium Tea, made by blending the finest teas available to give you that smooth, rich flavor. Only Tetley Tea has Tetley Regular, the best-selling tea in Jamaica, now joined by Tetley Premium. Look for the word premium on the blue box in sizes 20s, 40s, and 80s. Available at your favorite supermarkets island-wide. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
Tired of living from paycheck to paycheck? Team with Incorporated Business Builders. They unlock your potential and increase your earning power with their proven business building concept. For details, email incorporatedbb@yahoo.com or visit www.incorporatedbb.com. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. I'm in a little...
Yes, we have other options, sir.
Yes.
We don't have to go burn down the courthouse
Yes.
to get to effect change. All we have to do is go to the polling stations and do what we think we should do.
Well, that is true. That is
okay.
Yes, true.
But on the other hand, according to this poll published by the Observer, the Don Anderson poll,
yes,
61% of the people polled think that the country is going in the wrong direction.
Exactly.
But what is it? 55% of them think that the government is doing a good job.
Yeah, 17 and 17 think is doing a very good job. 70% said they are doing a very good job.
Well, there you are.
Anyway, let me just say something on the final lap now, Mr. Perkins. The lady the other day, the good lady, the Prime Minister, she made an announcement that the Housing Trust will make available 3.5 million.
Yes.
Yes. For individual persons wishing to access the fund.
To build houses for people.
Yes. But listen to this, Mr. Perkins.
This is election campaign.
Yes, but I mean, Miss, I would like to say to Mrs. Simpson Miller, that when you're talking to Jamaican, especially in these days, you're not talking to fools anymore. Because, Mr. Perkins, the truth of the matter is, if she move it into 10 million, people still can't access it. They can't access it.
Yes.
Because what I'm saying to you, if you say the man must earn 60,000 in order to get 3 million, and now you put it at 3.5, I mean, and the 60,000 remain the same, tell me how am I going to access the fund?
Well,
you know, all those things nobody don't look into, and the people run with it is something good. The next thing is,
you know what, sir? What this country needs, you see, we have had governments over some years now that they're anxious to take hold of popularity. They want to be popular with the people, right? Mm-hmm. And therefore they have to do things that will encourage popularity, right? But they're not doing the things that really need to be done, right? Instead of going and taking housing trust money or national insurance scheme money to buy houses for poor people, right? What we need to do is to get the economy of this country running, right? So that the people who are poor, who cannot buy houses for them, decent houses for themselves now, they will earn better incomes, right? And be able to buy themselves houses. Mm-hmm. And what we need is to offer them training facilities and educational facilities. The fact that a man is 25 doesn't mean that he cannot be educated, right? If the opportunities that you failed to provide him with when he was 10, if you give him those opportunities now, as you know, Michael Manley set up a thing. What was it called again? That learning thing.
Oh, Jamal.
To render people literate.
Yes.
Right? If you give people the power to read and have a good library service, you'll be amazed at what it can do to the education of the country, you know.
True.
Right?
True.
But we're not going in that direction. We're not trying to put our people to work. Right? To create the wealth that will enable them to have the houses and the lifestyle and the whatever.
True, sir. True.
Right? We think that all we have to do is make them starve and suffer and do on the water and in the pipe and the road is in a terrible condition, etc.
Exactly.
And when election is coming up now, we said we drop some pipes, right?
I know that a fact.
Yes, we drop some pipe. Yes. And we hear about all the wonderful schemes that are going to be done.
Yes.
And when election is over now,
they take them back.
Them take up back the pipe.
Well, I have a
and I tell you something. The people of Jamaica sit down and allow themselves to be fooled by this kind of thing over and over and over.
Yes.
Well, if that is what they are about, well, you know.
Let me just share this with you, Mr. Perkins. It happened just yesterday. Yesterday's Tuesday. Now, there was a piece of road in a place named Breeze Mill, Boys Content in St. Catherine.
Yes.
The whole road went away. You know, it's like a river. It just moved.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, about 2 or 3 trains in October. So the people now could just, help themselves when the car could pass. Now, thank God, the road start to repair now. 4 weeks now, road start to repair.
Yes, you're lucky.
You'll be surprised to know.
I wonder why.
Yeah, election coming.
Because there are some other roads that where that have happened, that, remained like that for months and some of them years.
If there is anyone that is stay bad like this, I'm in a seat yet. Terrible, man. Even people who almost get caught up in it as well.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins, would you believe it that the people start work on the road? I did not know so many people was unemployed. Police had to be there for nearly 1 1.5 weeks, 2 weeks, until everything quiet down in the police and really back come there again. Because, a lot of killing could have gone on this spot.
Yes.
Now, it so happened, Mr. Perkins, that what they do, they rotate the staff. Let's say 20 people work this week, this fortnight, another 20 work the next fortnight. Now, the people were supposed to get paid Friday. They didn't get paid Friday, they said Tuesday. When the men went to pick up their money yesterday, Tuesday, Mr. Perkins, you can call Mr. Spencer, is his constituency, Southeast Clarendon.
Mr. Spencer?
Yes, Roddy Spencer.
Roddy Spencer.
Yes, you could confirm it with him from if you doubt me. And, the people went yesterday to collect pay. Do you know is only those that did they know the PNP was the only one that got paid?
The PNP?
Only the PNP workers got paid yesterday.
How did they make that discrimination?
Because when the road is started, the people decided that it has to share 60-40. So what you have now, you have the member of parliament can come there and say to the man that was defending the PNP, so okay, bring in all the people who are PNP. You understand what I'm saying to you? And all of those people going, because the area is a labor right down.
You sure of that?
No, man, that's where I live. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. And I don't talk English now. As I said, you can confirm it with Mr. Spencer. In other words, the people want to stop the work, and he didn't want to stop the work, so ensure that them get them job. You understand what I'm saying to you? He must not be said because of the labor right stronghold. Then it's only labor right alone that's gonna work. A man said without labor right and no labor right, you must get work. So strong arm men were there fighting on the behalf of the PNP, defending those people. And Mr. Spencer just let them go. Everything was so nice. The road runs smoothly. The police came there on the spot, but after all, the police realized there's no problem. So, they didn't need to come back. Even we were last week, and the week before they didn't work. So they said, okay, come for your pay yesterday in Clarendon. And Mr. Perkins, only those people who were the PNP got their pay.
So what were the others told?
Well, I'm told that the money wasn't ready, but I don't think that is a problem. I don't think it's a victimization either. Because the men who actually run the site, it's a PNP, of course, but that is no problem. But I think it may have been, I thought it may have been maybe some cash flow problem, which shouldn't be. I'm just figuring that because I don't see how you could have people work from last week Friday, should get the pay Friday, not get it Friday, and now they say Tuesday, still don't get it. So,
all right, so we'll have to check that one.
Yeah, you can check on that one.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Okay. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins, how are you doing?
Not too bad, thank you. How are you?
Well, I listen to you every day,
Ah.
Still, the Bob Wilmot thing, still feel say something go on still, Mr. Perkins.
Something go on?
Yeah, man, but through then one done it and then just go on, then just clear it, you understand?
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that, sir.
Well,
I don't know.
Well, I tell you my feelings still,
Yes, your feeling.
All right. Again, the commercial when we hear the other day about the man who was on the bed and him die.
Yes.
I think that is very good to know the people in this country know what is going on, because a lot of things going on in the hospital.
Yes, I think so.
Because even the other day when they shot all the policemen and the people, the family demonstrate and say if the policeman they get good assistance, maybe he will survive. I don't know if you remember that. I did show on TV.
Yes.
And a couple months ago, a lady called you and said she have a little daughter down at the hospital. My house part down the country there. And she have an asthma attack. And one machine was there.
Yes.
And a lot of people were there to use the one machine, and it had to go by the way them come.
Yes, yes.
And by the time the little girl to use the machine, the little girl died. So a lot of things going on in this country.
A lot of things like that are going on.
Yeah, and I know those machines, I hate to use one of them, I get 90 on them with it. Nebulizer machine, them name.
Yes.
I know the one is there. So much people come for treatment and they have to go by the way them come at the hospital.
Yes.
You understand? And by the time the little girl get the to get to use the machine, she died.
Yes, that's true. I remember that.
I think a lot of things is going on in this country, and it is covering up. Them don't want to expose it.
Uh-huh.
You know, Mr. Perkins, that's all I have to say. Yeah?
That's all you have to say?
Yeah, man.
All right, sir. Thank you very much, yo. All the best to you.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center and 12 French Street, Spanish Down. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is
11 o'clock.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and a raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited, 27 East Street, Old Harbor. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
UTech is renowned for providing quality in the educational experience, incorporating art, culture, sports, technology to enhance academic experience. UTech's curriculum of career-focused learning produces highly sought-after graduates. If you desire to be equipped with more than just a degree, if your goal is to enhance academic qualifications with experience and practical capabilities, we welcome you to be a part of the unique UTech experience. Visit our website at www.utechjamaica.edu.jm for more information.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. We have a story from the Business Gleaner this morning that we want to read for you. It's on the subject of the Petrocaribe Fund. And apparently it is growing spectacularly.
Jamaica's Petrocaribe...
Not this fund, the debt.
Yeah. Jamaica's Petrocaribe debt to Venezuela has climbed to $17.998 billion at April 30.
That's $18 billion.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
As Kingston waits out the 2-year grace period allowed by Caracas on the financing component of the agreement. Quote, repayments are not yet due.
Uh-huh.
And we are still in the moratorium period.
And that is not in our national debt. When we talk about it's not yet structured into the national debt.
Said the Finance Ministry in a written response to Wednesday business queries that repayments are not yet due.
Yes.
We are in the moratorium period. Jamaica in 2005 signed a renewable agreement with Venezuelans to buy 21,000 barrels of crude and other petroleum products, expanded last year to 23,500 barrels per day.
Per day?
Yes. Under concessionary terms that allow repayment of 40% of the bill over periods ranging up to 25 years, with a 2-year moratorium at interest rate of 1%.
Uh-huh.
The IMF
well, that's
predicts...
the good side of it, that that most of our other debt is far, well, all of our other debt far higher than that. 1% is...
The IMF has predicted that in its last report on Jamaica that the Petrocaribe debt will amount to $32 billion, or 4.1% of GDP, by the end of this fiscal year, rising steadily to $107 billion, or 9.8% of GDP, by 2012. The PDF was created by statute under an amendment last year to the Petroleum Act with its own management structure and board, but the ministers indicated that the debt would not become a charge on the budget, saying it was to be repaid by the independent Petrocaribe Development Fund. The offices of this fund, however, are located in the Finance Ministry, and the fund is chaired by the Financial Secretary Colin Bullock. His board also comprises the Cabinet Secretary, Dr. Carlton Davis, Head of the Petroleum Corporation of Jamaica, Dr. Ruth Pratap Singh, Permanent Secretaries of the Energy Ministry, and of the Office of the Prime Minister, as well as other representatives named by the Energy Minister. As the projected value of the fund over the next 3 years, the ministry said none was available for the period. And it's a very long story, Mr. Perkins, but it lists the disbursements. Ministry of Finance, $219.7 million for debt refinancing with Pan Caribbean. Ministry of Housing, $3.72 billion for flood repairs, toll road alternative routes. Urban Development Corporation, $428 million for Lift Up Jamaica job program. Port Authority, $726.5 million for refinancing of existing loans. The Sugar Company, $3.72 billion working capital and privatization program. Airports Authority, $2 billion interim financing. Wallingford Coffee, $540.4 million working capital. JUTC, $203.1 million working capital.
Okay, lovely. Who's going to pay back all of that? Yes.
Money to Air Jamaica.
All right, and okay. So all that is happening is that we're going deeper into debt. Although the merit of this particular one is a low level of interest rate. But, I wonder about that. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Hello, sir, yes.
How are you doing?
Not too bad. Are you?
All right, 630. I'm doing pretty good.
Oh, good.
And, it's funny how Friday, did I speak to you on Friday? I think I did.
Yes, you did.
I did. And I usually don't call you back this early, but the news is so captivating that I have to call you.
Yes.
Let's start with Mr. Adams.
Yes.
Let's start with Mr. Adams. I was just about to ask what happened to Mr. Adams.
Well, he had a desk job. He has a desk job in the commissioner's office.
Yes.
He's in charge of intelligence, apparently.
Yes. Okay. But listen, just as I was wondering where Mr. Adams is, there Mr. Adams pops up. And from what I've been seeing, it looks like Mr. Adams has been calling for the resignation of Mr. Mark Shields.
Oh, yes, he said that had he been in Mr. Shields' position, he would have felt obliged to resign.
Oh.
Now, hearing that...
Hold on.
Eh?
Hold on, Mr. Perkins. Hold on. You're giving away the joke. You can't give the joke away so early.
I see.
You understand what I'm saying? Now, here is Mr. Adams, right, who has been in countless questionable circumstances, right?
Yes. Well, not
And
contest,
Mr.
but
Adams,
quite a few.
questionable circumstances.
Uh-huh.
And here we have Mr. Adams calling for the resignation of his fellow, what should I say?
Well, his superior in the police force, because...
Inordinate officer, right?
Uh-huh.
Calling for the resignation of his inordinate officer because there was a mistake made in an investigation. Now, the police didn't kill Wilmot, right?
Uh-huh.
The police didn't shoot Mr. Wilmer in a shootout situation. Right?
I like that one.
Right. Well, no, if you look at the irony of the whole thing, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
The police didn't shoot Mr. Wilmer in questionable circumstances.
Yes.
It was a case of either somebody murdered him or he died naturally. That was the issue, right? Here is Mr. Adams, who has been in very, very questionable circumstances where people are dead, right? Where people are still mourning for their loved ones, right? In and around Jamaica, and he's calling for the resignation of his inordinate officer for actually making a mistake. Now, it's not even Mr. Shields' mistake, right?
Yes.
The pathologist made a bad call, right? So he's holding Mr. Shields consequent to that decision. Mr. Adams is the last person who should ask someone to resign, especially in the police force.
Yes.
Mr. Adams, if you have any guts, you call resignation for somebody in the police force, you yourself first resign. Then you will be qualified to call someone to resign after that. I hope Mr. Adams is listening, right? This is like a bank robber, Mr. Perkins, calling the police for the police to arrest a pickpocket. You hear what I'm saying? This is so funny. This is so funny, Mr. Perkins.
But I tell you something, sir. The thing that bothers me about it all is after Mr. Adams was acquitted in that Crowell murder case, right? And if you remember in the Crowell murder case, there are a couple of policemen who testified that a gun had been planted at the scene.
Right.
And Danai Williams was supposed to have come to testify about that
didn't.
because the gun had allegedly come from his premises.
Yes.
And he was given immunity by the Director of Public Prosecutions.
Yes. And nothing happened and he didn't
turn up, could not be found.
Right.
But a couple of days
showed up weeks afterwards.
A couple of days afterwards. Turned up at the halfway tree court.
And said he was afraid.
Well, I can't remember what he said about it.
No, he said he was afraid. He said he was afraid for his life or something like
that. But the Director of Public Prosecutions apparently took no action about this.
Well,
and after all of that, right? He was acquitted. They decided to take away his gun. Well, I don't know whether they take away the gun, but I mean, he's not out on the street leading that terrifying team.
Adding to the murder rate.
Yeah, well, I don't know, but the police force saw fit, the leaders of the police force saw fit to take him from frontline duty. But what does that mean? He was acquitted.
What does that mean?
He was acquitted, so they could have said, well, he was not guilty of anything, so put him back where he was. Right?
Right.
Now, why is it that they just elected not to put him back where he was, but to put him at the desk job, dealing with intelligence?
Yes. Certain implications, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Listen, Mr. Perkins, we're not fools. We're not fools. Right? We're not fools. If it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, sounds like a duck, then it is a duck.
Probably is a duck.
Yes.
But
they're not taking any chances.
I mean, there was
Because
that.
You know what?
There was that horrible case. Hold on just a moment.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is
11:15.
Call the doctor, quick! Someone call the doctor!
Mommy, not do you. Only the windshield broke.
Then not that me I say. Call the doctor! Dr. Glass!
Call Dr. Glass for all your auto glass needs. Windshield, rear, door, vent, quarter glass for all make vehicles. 237 Marcus Garvey Drive at 3 miles. And now in Catherine Hall, Montego Bay. Call 971-7853.
Thank God for Dr. Glass.
Call now, 1-888-Dr. Glass.
I love keeping my mind and body in shape. That's why I drink V-Soy. It's high in protein, calcium, and iron. It has a great taste. And my son loves it with his cornflakes. Who knew being healthy could be this satisfying? Thank you, V-Soy Soya Milk. Distributed by Brasco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Kew Road, Kingston. Telephone 908-1211. That's 908-1211. V-Soy Soya Milk. Good taste while keeping healthy.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here on land. Hello?
Hello. Yes, Mutty.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Yeah, we were talking about Mr. Adams again. And the last thing I said was it walks like a duck, walks like a duck, sounds like a duck. Then it is a duck.
Uh-huh.
Right? The people are not taking any chances. Not the people. The JCF doesn't want to have to go through another crawl again. So you know what? It's best for them to sit Mr. Adams down and put him behind a desk where he won't be harm to himself or anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the safe bet. But the implications behind that desk job is that there might be something which is true about this whole allegations of him actually maybe involved in shooting people innocently.
Uh-huh. Well, I tell you something, sir.
There.
In that, in the Tivoli Gardens, what he calls Tivoli incident.
Yes.
Uh-huh. We saw television footage of Mr. Adams and his men firing from a high building adjacent to, across the road from Tivoli Gardens. Firing into Tivoli Gardens, right?
Yes.
Without aiming. They were holding rifles, high-powered rifles, above their heads, at arm's length above their heads, resting the rifle on a windowsill, right?
Yes.
And pulling the triggers and emptying the magazine into an area where people were living. Right? Old people, young people, children.
It doesn't matter.
Right?
That's what we call indiscriminately.
Yes.
Mr.
No,
Perkins,
that somebody like that should have been kept in the police force to the point where Britain and Crawl could have occurred.
Yes.
I mean, it seems to me that there's something profoundly wrong with that. It tells you something about the Jamaican police force.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir. And not only the police force, but the people who police the police force.
Absolutely.
The government who's supposed to see to it that the human...
Absolutely.
The citizens
Well,
of
one of those persons is speaking today in Parliament and is expected to say something about this Wilmot matter.
Yes, I heard. But listen, Mr. Perkins, the war in Iraq, there is more footage of U.S. soldiers firing their weapons at some particular target. There's so much footage on TV now. If you compare what those soldiers do when you see them with the window, you see them taking aim, firing at something.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying? And when you compare that picture, those footages, with the footage of Mr. Adams and his boys, firing at an area which is a residential area.
Yes. Just pouring fire indiscriminately into this area.
It's not enemy combatants, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
It's not insurgents.
Absolutely.
Citizens live in these areas, right? And when you compare that footage and to the U.S. soldiers actually taking aim with their rifles and firing, they're firing at something.
Yes.
Now, people of Jamaica, when you see the footage of Mr. Adam and his boys opening up fire indiscriminately with the gun over the windowsill and their heads down, what do you make of that?
Well, I wonder myself.
I'm telling you, Mr. Perkins, I'm telling you, man, this is just, I get so frustrated with the people of Jamaica. I really do.
Well, and then Mr. Adams has the nerve to be saying that had he been Mr. Shields, he would have felt obliged to resign.
That is the joke. That is the joke.
I wonder what Mr. Shields would have done had he been Mr. Adams.
Mr. Adams, right. Hey, Mr. Perkins, this is so funny. Let me tell you something. Anyway, Mr. Shields fired back and said, well, for a man who has been involved with Britain and Tivoli,
yes,
he should be the last one to say anything.
I
agree. I totally agree with that.
Yes.
Moving on again.
Except that it does not look good for the Jamaica constabulary force.
It doesn't.
For officers to be...
Mr. Perkins,
yes?
There's another element to this. Remember now, Mark Shields, before he became deputy commissioner, he was the lead
assistant
investigator. Assistant commissioner, sorry. He was the lead investigator in the Crawl incident.
Yes, I know.
All right. Now, would this policeman, Mr. Shields, from Scotland Yard, when he came from Scotland Yard, I'm sure he would have been privy to certain ballistic and forensic evidence which probably points to something fishy. Right? Because there was absolutely a case against the policeman. Right? And if there wasn't evidence enough to warrant a case, there wouldn't be a case. Correct?
Yes, I assume so.
Right. So there must have been some kind of evidence to warrant a court case. Now, you have an assistant commissioner just seconded from the Royal, from Scotland Yard. And he comes in, and he's got certain history of evidence which shows, well, maybe this person is, questionable in terms of how he carries out his duties, right? And here you have these two people. And I feel, Mr. Perkins, that is Mr. Shields, who basically is not the one causing, but the end result is that Mr. Adams is behind the desk right now. If Mr. Shields was not here, I think Mr. Adams will be out in full force again like Billy the Kid.
You think so?
I feel so.
I don't know so.
So here's the vendetta now. The vendetta is, you and I know that Mr. Adams would love to be out on the streets again. That's his niche. It's a torture for him to be behind the desk, correct?
Yes.
Now, what else? If you're being tortured and there's one man in your way, stopping you from getting where you need to go, you're going to try and say anything to discredit or even call for resignation of that gentleman, right?
Yes.
So I think that there's another element to this. And I think Mr. Adams has a personal vendetta against
Yes,
Mr. Shields.
well,
but anyway, what
could
do I
be.
know? That's only my opinion.
Uh-huh.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Moving on quickly. The investigation again, Bob Wilmer investigation.
Uh-huh.
The missteps, real quickly. You know, this sums up how, in my view, the JCF has been carrying out its duties for years, right? The rush to judgment, right? Without the follow-up, without taking into circumstance anything which would, what should I say, show evidence which is contrary to what we have.
Yes.
Leave no stones unturned. That's not the JCF's motto, right? And so, when you get a situation like this, which has now unfortunately become international, this is the Jamaican justice system under scrutiny.
Yes.
Right? This is the whole world is seeing, oh, okay, Jamaica made the map. What did they do this time? Oh, okay, this is how the police operated. They basically called this when this was not so. Okay. How many young people or how many people have been killed by the police under questionable circumstances, which includes a rush to judgment without doing any necessary investigation or any second term or second or third investigation and just saying, look, he was wanted for this, he was wanted for that, and a matter of fact, he's a suspect in this murder case, so now he's dead.
Well, you know, sir,
Now,
I think that there is more to it than that, right?
Yeah.
That the police in Jamaica are ill-equipped to investigate crime. If you look at the number of murders committed in Jamaica every year, right?
Yeah.
Somewhere in the region of 1,500. And it is only a little over 30% of these that are cleared up. And cleared up is a term of art.
Yes.
Right?
Cleared up means that you cleared up any direction to go to court.
Well, yeah. Yes, it might mean that
eliminating any
some man was eliminated last night, right? And we are told that he was wanted for
or he was suspect.
2 dozen murders, right? The term they usually employ is wanted, right?
Yes.
And therefore, this wanted man was eliminated last night in a shootout, right? So 2 dozen murders cleared up.
Murder cases. Yes.
And on that basis, they can only clear up a little over 30%. Now that tells you about their investigative powers.
Absolutely.
Right?
But Mr. Perkins, yes.
And one of the things that, and you know what this encourages? I suppose in all sincerity, they believe that this crime thing is getting out of hand and they have to control it and so on and so forth.
Yes.
They can't get the evidence, right? They have a suspicion, a strong feeling that fellow did some terrible things.
Did it? Yeah.
So what they do is they organize a shootout.
Yes. Eliminate the court cases.
Eliminate the man.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. So this is a startling, this is nothing new to us. Now the world is getting to see how Jamaica does its job where justice is concerned.
But then hold on now. We have a serious problem here.
We do.
We have a notorious crime problem, right? Which is frightening away, I'm sure, potential investors in this country, right? It's not the only thing that is driving away investors. There are a lot of others, but that is one of them, and a powerful influence, right? Now, when a potential investor, assuming that there is one, sees that high crime figure and sees on top of that the police are incompetent at investigating. Right? What does he do? Does he come here? We take a break. We come back shortly.
Researchers at the University of Carolina Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is
11:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about Independent Living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help.
Now for today's weather brief. There's a surface trough across the central Caribbean. This morning will be partly cloudy. During the afternoon, expect scattered showers and thunderstorms mainly over northern and southwestern areas. In our 3-day outlook, Thursday will be partly cloudy with scattered showers and thunderstorms during the afternoon. On Friday, expect more partly cloudy conditions, scattered showers and thunderstorms with winds during the afternoon. Saturday, look for cloudy conditions with showers and thunderstorms across most areas. Also expect windy conditions. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
Do you need financial help to achieve your short or long-term goals? At the Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, they'll help you achieve them through their Solid Saver account, Partner Plus, Future Club account, Golden Harvest, and fixed deposit accounts. Go in and choose any of their saving plans to meet your goals today. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, where service exceeds expectations.
Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart. Don't settle for high prices and limited variety. Megamart has a wide selection of groceries, freshly baked goods, household items and appliances, furniture, clothing, and much more. You can also dine in or out at our food court and fill your prescription at our pharmacy while you shop. We're open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart, Portmore and Kingston. Megamart, the best value by far.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Yes, Mutty.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I got cut off and I caught you right back.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, that's fine. You made an excellent point about the investment factor.
Yes.
Because again, the world is watching this, and someone out there in the international world who would like to invest in Jamaica is taking note of this. You understand what I'm saying? And if this is coming out of an incident which happened on the international scene, which involved, Bob Woolmer's death, right? the whole world was involved on this. At least the cricketing community or cricketing countries.
Yes.
All of them knew about this, right? And I'm sure most of them have been following this and been looking keenly as to what is going to be the result of Bob Woolmer's death, right? And to hear it go one way, months ago, and then here it comes back and say, well, no, there is nobody responsible for Bob Woolmer's death, and the police was, quick to judge. I mean, again, this tells you it shows you a certain amount of ineptitude on our justice system, right? And you also made a very good point in saying that the police, the JCF, is lacking resources. But it's not just physical resources. We're talking about human resources as well.
Absolutely.
And I'm not talking about the number of policemen. I'm talking about the type of people that are being recruited, right? And that's a major issue with Jamaica in this country.
But not only that, sir. There's a cultural factor as well, right?
Yes,
because the idea that people have rights, right? And the sanctity of those rights.
Rights, one himself.
Well, precisely. It's not accepted by by people generally in this country, right?
You mean especially the people who are supposed to protect those rights? Especially, it's the rights of the Jamaican people are disregarded by the people who are put to protect those rights.
Absolutely, right?
That's what we have.
And so the police force, I must read for you an extract from a judgment delivered by a Tanzanian judge. Right? Which I find, he says, in assessing, let me, it really is fantastic. When I say fantastic, no, the wrong word. But
can you
as stated earlier,
paraphrase what happened?
As stated earlier, the issue of immunity, immutability, turns on Parliament's power to amend the Constitution. In assessing this power, it is appropriate to recall, in the first place, that fundamental rights are not gifts from the state. They inhere in a person by reason of his birth. And are therefore prior to the state and the law. Right? That's coming out of the mouth of a Tanzanian judge. I don't think that I can't remember, I've been asking people, I can't remember hearing anything coming out of the mouth, anything like that, coming out of the mouth of a Jamaican judge. Right?
That's true.
And he goes on to say, in our times, one method of judging the character of a government is to look at the extent to which it recognizes and protects human rights.
Absolutely.
The raison d'etre for any government is its ability to secure the welfare
of the government.
Of its people. Yes. Yes.
And he goes on.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
This is Jeffersonian. Right? I wish that...
Mr. Perkins, if we get a scintilla of that concept, we would be much better off.
Yes, we would.
As a country.
We would.
Because Mr. Perkins, again, he's absolutely right. Any government who protects the rights of its people are going to protect everything for the people.
Yes.
We're talking about financially. They're talking about the all welfare.
And what is more, the people, sir, are going to recognize their interest, the interest that they have in the law.
Yes. In the law.
Right? That the law is their protector. The courts, the police are their protectors.
Yes.
That is not recognized in Jamaica. People don't see that as being the case in Jamaica.
And to add to that, Mr. Perkins, whenever the people see that, the level of pride, national pride, patriotism, everything falls in place. You hear what I'm saying? Proud to be a Jamaican.
Yes.
Would be basically everybody's cry. Right? And when Mrs. Simpson Miller came to office and did her inauguration speech, I was basically impressed when I heard the word rights and human rights out of her mouth.
Oh, yes.
I was impressed.
Oh, gosh.
So somebody wrote her a very good speech.
Yes.
Excellent speech.
And her first commitment, her very first commitment to the Jamaican
people and their human and their rights
was to secure and protect the rights of the people.
Yes.
And the second commitment was to eliminate corruption.
Jeez.
Right?
And
I think she needs to be reminded of that speech.
Mr. Perkins, if those were two classes that the Prime Minister was taking in university or whatever, she would have to repeat those courses.
Absolutely.
Those are F. You hear what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because I don't think anybody has seen any movement in a positive direction where those two things are concerned.
I don't know, sir. I would like to say that there have been none, but certainly I haven't heard of them nor seen them.
I haven't seen anything. I haven't read anything.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying? Because that report with that taxi man and his wife who was beaten in half a tree.
Yes.
She wanted the report on her desk. What happened?
I don't know, sir.
Right?
I don't know whether they paid any attention to her.
And Mr. Perkins, she's been stockpiling reports and reports and reports. And we haven't gotten anything as to, okay, you got the reports, now what?
Yes.
What? Are you going to address some of these issues and make the Jamaican people know that you're serious about it, not by just talking about it, but doing something? Mr. Perkins, the Jamaican people are so gullible.
Yes.
The Jamaican people are so gullible.
We have a poll that has come out this morning, the Don Anderson poll. Right?
Mr. Perkins, I don't even want to mention the poll. I really don't even want to mention the poll.
No, but this is funny. This is very funny.
His summation, his paraphrasing and summation and conclusion to these polls are nonsense.
Yeah. Hello?
Go ahead.
No, I think this is very funny. 61% of the people polled think that the country is going in the wrong direction.
Yes.
But 55, I think it is 55%, right, thinks that the government is doing a good job.
Yes.
I think
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Here's another thing which doesn't make sense. I don't know why you want to distinguish the very good responses from the good responses.
Yes.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
That doesn't mean anything. Because the very good could just mean that these are people who are the grassroots, staunch people of the party.
Yes.
That doesn't mean anything, right? The fact is, how these polls are panning out, they should pay more attention to the people who say maybe.
Yes.
Or I don't know.
Uh-huh.
Because those are the people who are going to swing the balance one way or the other.
Yes.
And they should look at how much people in those in that category, for both parties, how much of those are undecided in regards to those questions.
Yes.
Do you think the government is doing a good job? How many people said maybe? How many people said yes? How many people said no?
But you sound you're sounding as if you take polls seriously.
Mr. Perkins, I don't.
Eh?
No, I don't, sir.
You don't.
Mr. Perkins, I'm a numbers guy.
Yes.
Right? I'm an electrical engineer.
Yes.
Right? I take numbers very seriously, not polls.
Uh-huh.
Right? So when I look at the numbers, there's certain training that I have which says these numbers are not really matching up with the part, whatever he's trying to conclude from them.
Yes, uh-huh.
I'm not seeing that it's not coherent. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So, Mr. Perkins, when I look at the polls and I go, okay, 55, the country says what? The people say the country is going in the wrong direction, 60-something%?
61%.
That's close to 2/3.
Yes, but 55. I think it is something like 55% that says that the government is doing a good job.
Doing a very good job.
Oh,
It
yes.
doesn't make any sense. So therefore, the only thing we can conclude from this is that the country is going in the right direction, but the government is not responsible for that.
Yes.
Right?
55%
They're saying.
say the country, the government is doing a good job, although 61% says that
the country is going in the wrong direction.
Country's going in the wrong direction.
So it seems to me again, Mr. Perkins. It seems to me that if you go into a garrison community and you have whatever party, right? Let's say the ruling party then, garrison area. Everybody thinks the same way, right? And the fact is that if you go in there and ask these people, do you think the country is going in a wrong direction? Those people can easily say yes, right? But when it comes to the government and the blame as to who is responsible for this, those people can easily say, no, the government is not responsible for this.
Anyway, sir, I have to go on a break here. Thank you very much. Nice hearing from you.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is
11:46.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
The most convenient way to fill prescriptions and shop at the same time is at the Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, centrally located in Halfway Tree. Telephone 929-6366. Open 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. weekdays and also opened on Sundays and public holidays.
Now for today's weather brief. There's a surface trough across the central Caribbean. This morning will be partly cloudy. During the afternoon, expect scattered showers and thunderstorms mainly over northern and southwestern areas. In our 3-day outlook, Thursday will be partly cloudy with scattered showers and thunderstorms during the afternoon. On Friday, expect more partly cloudy conditions, scattered showers and thunderstorms with winds during the afternoon. Saturday, look for cloudy conditions with showers and thunderstorms across most areas. Also expect windy conditions. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
Grease stains are some of the most difficult stains to remove. Introducing Ariel Oxyazone Max with anti-grease particles. This brand new formula transforms washing water into an anti-stain solution that penetrates deep into fabrics, helping to remove grease and much more. Try it today. Ariel Oxyazone Max. Get rid of grease so you can get on with life. Ariel, washing made easy.
How How do we know that no one ever says, hey, let's go to the gas station?
Or that coffee has a lifespan.
How do we know that sometimes you need refueling even more than your car?
Or that you like knowing where you're going better than not knowing.
How do we know that being in a restroom at 7 a.m. doesn't help you at 7 p.m.?
Or that your today's list never gets shorter. How do we know? Because at Esso, we also spend a lot of time on the road. That's why at every one of our stations, you'll always find clean restrooms, bright lights, and people to help speed you on your way. After all, if you have to stop, the least we can do is keep you going.
How do we know that you have better things to do than to spend time with us?
Or that at 3 in the morning, even men will stop and ask for directions?
How do we know? Because at Esso, we're drivers too.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Those words of Mr. Justice Lugakinkira of Tanzania. Have you ever heard of anything more inspiring coming out of Africa? Absolutely wonderful. There is some hope. There is hope. I don't think that Mandela carried with him the hope that this man carried. Mr. Justice Lugakinkira. I wish it had been possible. Well, I don't know. Maybe we have a good Chief Justice. We have to. But wouldn't it have been lovely to have a man like that on the bench here? Okay, hello?
Wilmot?
Yes, good out. Hi.
Hi, David Wong, Ken.
How are you?
Not too bad.
Did you hear the words of Mr. Justice Lugakinkira?
I did indeed, and as you quite rightly point out, it's encouraging.
Yes.
It speaks to the inalienable rights of human beings.
Yes.
Human rights, and you know my particular position on that.
Yes, indeed.
So I'm really happy to know that those kinds of sentiments are coming out of the African courts.
Yes. He says that human rights predates the state and the law.
That's right.
The right of the citizen.
That's right.
It's not given to him by the state. Right?
And therefore, it's not a gift that the state can.
And it cannot be taken away.
That's right.
Right.
But I wanted to speak to you briefly, Wilmot, because I know we have a limited amount of time before you take your break. And it does concern those same words from the African court.
Uh-huh.
And it arises because of the Wilmot case.
Yes. Speak up a bit for me. No?
All right.
Uh-huh.
Is that better?
Yes, very, very good.
Okay. The international embarrassment to Jamaica is one thing. The cooling effect on investment is, all of that is important, Wilmot.
Yes. Not cooling, chilling.
Well, the chilling effect. But for me, the importance has to be the Jamaican people.
Yes.
As you know, Jamaicans for Justice has for a very long time been speaking about the inadequacies of the forensic laboratory.
Yes.
And various aspects of the criminal justice system.
Uh-huh.
But the most important thing for me is the right for our citizens to a fair trial.
Yes.
And I say it in this context. The pathologist is a friend of the court. He's not the Crown's witness. He's not the defense counsel's witness.
Yes.
He's there to provide clinical information to a court.
Yes.
For jurors to hear and for jurors to deliberate on.
Yes.
And for jurors to return a verdict on. To the extent that the Wilmot case has demonstrated really how fundamental this evidence is and how deficient it is in Jamaica. My difficulty is what of the convictions that have been based on faulty pathology.
Yes. I see the Director of Public Prosecutions wants to restore...
He must be a madman.
No, I don't think it's madness. I think it's something else.
Wilmot, how on earth could any right-thinking person call for the resumption of hanging?
Yes.
With a court system, with a criminal justice system, as we have here in Jamaica.
But Mr. Wonken.
It must be ludicrous.
But hold on. He chose the right time to say it.
Well, Wilmot.
He couldn't have said it at a better time.
I feel quite emotional about this.
Yes.
Because, as I say, it's been a very long time that the government has known that our forensic labs were woefully deficient.
But Mr. Wonken, Mr. Justice Lugakungira is telling you why.
Well?
Right? They don't give two damns about the people of this country and whether or not they get justice.
I am coming to that conclusion as a certainty with you, Wilmot. It can't be that you care. It can't be that you have the best interest of your people at heart when you are unable to provide them with the very basic necessities of what constitutes
justice. Yes.
It can't be, Wilmot.
Yes.
You really are a Samphai man.
Yes.
No matter what else is said. I mean, it's fine to waste money on stupidity like cricket. But it's another thing, to not provide the very basic elements of a criminal justice system.
Yes. Absolutely.
Because it makes questionable every single
decision of the court
that has been based on some evidence from your forensic lab.
Absolutely.
And it really causes me to worry. And now that you've reminded me that the DPP has called for the resumption of the death penalty.
And not only the resumption of death penalty.
What are we doing as a country?
Public execution.
Wilmot, we are in a bad way. We are in a very, very sad state.
Yes, sir.
I think that if we allow the legacy of Bob Wilmot to slip by without doing something to improve our own lot, then Mr. Wilmot would have died in vain.
Yes.
And the embarrassment that this country has recently gone through over his death and the findings of the forensic labs and all of that would have been for naught.
Absolutely.
And we would have been as thick-headed as the dumbest animal out there.
We have a wonderful opportunity, sir, but I don't see us doing very much about it in a hurry. Because basically, our basic problem, sir, we talk about reforming the justice system and all this kind of thing. Our basic problem is in the mind.
Yeah.
Our minds are riveted to the paradigm of the plantation.
And the sadness of that, Wilmot, is that Jamaicans are not stupid people.
They're not?
We're not stupid people.
Yes.
But we have this, as you say, this paradigm.
Yes.
That one would believe this is how it has to be. Two, we believe that certain people have a right to govern us. And that we have no rights for ourselves.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That is the problem.
And that is best reflected in a Wilmot when people say, me a PNP till me dead, me a Labour right till me dead.
Right.
That is just giving voice to that
I heard a woman, sir, speaking good English and sounding like she had some education, talking to Cliff Hughes one day. She was out in Westmoreland when that election was going on out there. And she was saying that Michael Manley had made it possible for her to get a house. And she could not see herself voting other than PNP as a consequence.
She is locked in that paradigm.
Right? Which tells us that she has been bought, body and soul, and is a slave for the price of a house.
And you'll find people equally guilty.
Yeah. Look, sir,
In respect of the
time is on me.
party.
I have to go.
All right, Wilmot, take care.
All the best. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
New Dimension Dental Care at 57 Hope Road provides modern dental care with spacious and secure parking at the former location at New Line Motors. That's New Dimension Dental Care. Telephone 978-7480. The time by New Dimension Dental Care is
12 o'clock.
Midday News is brought to you by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited, the best name for quality countertops in Jamaica, and RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
I want top returns on my money, but I don't want sleepless nights worrying if my money is safe.
That's why smart people invest with RBTT Securities. We offer a variety of investment options and experienced advisors to help you maximize your dollar. Plus, RBTT Securities is backed by one of the most respected group of companies in the Caribbean. And we listen to the person who understands your financial goals the most. You. Talk to one of our experienced investment advisors today. Think smart. Think RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon, I'm Stacey Ann Smith with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. The police in St. Catherine have taken into custody 2 persons following what they say is a major ganja bust on Old Harbour Road this morning. More than 500 pounds or 227 kilograms of compressed ganja was reportedly seized at a house at 36 Old Harbour Road. The police are now questioning a man and a woman in connection with the find. Superintendent in charge of the St. Catherine North Police, Harry Daly, says about 5:30 this morning, the police went to a house in the community and during a search of the building, 92 packages wrapped in cellophane tape were found. He says investigators are treating the seizure as a major success in their efforts to stamp out the drug trade in St. Catherine.
The drug trade has received a jolt because 500 pounds of ganja should net a street value of about $2 million. We will be endeavoring to move against this scourge, and we are intensifying our effort in this area against cocaine peddlers. There are areas such as Belmore Lane that our information suggests that cocaine dealing is going on in this town.
Superintendent in charge of the St. Catherine North Police, Harry Daly. The case involving 86-year-old University of the West Indies botanist George Proctor and his 46-year-old driver was this morning postponed in the Home Circuit Court. Mr. Proctor has been charged jointly with his driver, Glenford Pellington, for conspiracy to murder. The Crown is alleging that Proctor paid Pellington $90,000 to murder his 66-year-old wife. Proctor, a respected botanist who has been living in Jamaica for more than 50 years, is considered an authority on Jamaica's flora. This morning, the case had to be put off to July 16, as only 5 jurors were available to participate in the hearing. Justice Carol Beswick noted that a major shortage of jurors has been affecting the hearing of cases for the last 6 weeks. Some jurors have reportedly said they are unable to turn up to court as they have difficulty getting time off from work. President of the Association of Local Government Authorities, ALGA, Milton Brown, has called for sweeping changes to the operation of parish councils. Addressing the Joint Select Committee on Local Government Reform in Gordon House this morning, Mr. Brown recommended that local government be enshrined in the Constitution. He proposed that there should be a 4-year term for parish councillors instead of the current 3 years. Mr. Brown also reiterated his call for a fixed election date for local government elections. The Kingston and St Andrew Corporation, KSAC, says it's now awaiting additional funding from the Ministry of Local Government and Environment for its drain cleaning program. Kingston's Mayor, Desmond McKenzie, says while the drain cleaning program has begun, the KSAC needs more money to adequately carry out the exercise.
Using the allocations for May and June, but that allocation is not adequate. And I've written to the Minister of Local Government some 2 weeks ago requesting additional funding, a program that was put together for $17 million, and that was sent off to the Minister.
Mayor of Kingston, Desmond McKenzie, speaking at the KSAC's monthly meeting yesterday. In the meantime, Mr. McKenzie is urging persons not to dump garbage in or near drains. He emphasized that the proper maintenance of drains is critical, especially in light of the active hurricane season, which has been predicted for this year. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. It's 6 minutes after 12. The Jamaica Justice System Reform Task Force has proposed that justices of the peace be allowed to preside over cases involving small claims. The task force says this would allow resident magistrates to handle cases of a more complex nature. Such cases would include matters involving rent or debts owed. The task force, which was commissioned by the government to conduct a review of the country's justice system, also considered whether matters pertaining to predial larceny should be handled by the JPs. However, the team concluded that owing to the more serious and extensive nature of some predial larceny cases, a review of the law covering the practice would be conducted before a recommendation is made. Meanwhile, the task force has also recommended that specialized tribunals be set up to deal with issues that cannot be effectively addressed by the courts. It found that tribunals are less expensive to operate than courts and could therefore help in removing the current backlog of cases in the justice system. The report of the task force was made public last week. The National Works Agency, NWA, is advising that all the roads in St. Thomas, which were blocked by land slippages, have now been reopened to single-lane traffic. The NWA says several crews are now working to have the roadways reopened by this weekend. Several roads have been blocked in the parish by land slippages caused by flood rains last weekend. The affected roadways are Wheelers Field to Cedar Grove, Bath to Hordley, Bowden to Bowden Wharf, and the Yallas Ford. In the region now, the St. Lucian government, that should be a St. Lucian government minister, has dismissed suggestions that the continued illness of Prime Minister Sir John Compton has created a leadership crisis in the ruling United Workers' Party, UWP. Tourism Minister Alan Chastanet told the Caribbean Media Corporation that cabinet colleagues viewed the Prime Minister's illness to be a temporary setback. Additionally, he says the party is fully behind Stephenson King, who has acted as the country's leader since Sir John was hospitalized early last month after suffering a series of small strokes. Mr. Chastanet says seeking a successor to the ailing Prime Minister has not been considered, but said the matter would be dealt with as necessary. The United States has given Guyana a poorer grade for its efforts against trafficking in persons this year compared with last year. In the rankings released yesterday, Guyana was dropped one place from its Tier 2 status to Tier 2 watch list. This means that the country is not doing enough to prevent trafficking, and it could lose financial and other forms of help from the U.S. government. Trafficking in persons, also described as modern-day slavery, involves forcing or tricking people for work purposes or for sexual exploitation. According to the latest U.S. trafficking report, Guyana is a prime source country for men, women, and children who are being trafficked. The U.S. says most trafficking takes place in remote mining camps in the country's interior. It says Amerindian girls from the interior are trafficked to coastal areas for sexual exploitation, and young Amerindian men are exploited under forced labor conditions in timber camps. According to the report, in some instances, victims are abducted and trafficked for sexual exploitation to neighboring countries such as Suriname, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, Venezuela, Brazil, and the United States. The U.S. Embassy in Kingston is warning imposters that they could face criminal charges if they continue to make fraudulent appointments for visa interviews. In a release issued this morning, the U.S. Embassy said several persons have been providing incorrect receipt information on its electronic visa application system in order to have early appointments. According to the Embassy, this has been creating problems. It also says the imposters could be denied visas to enter the U.S. News further afield now. Thousands of public sector workers have joined one of South Africa's biggest strikes, with trains not running and few commuters seen in Johannesburg. People in red T-shirts are gathering for 40 marches countrywide as public sector trade unions warn of a total economic shutdown over pay demands. President Thabo Mbeki has called for an end to intimidation by some strikers. Negotiations between the unions and the government are in deadlock, complicated by the sacking of 600 health workers. The unions have refused the government's revised offer of a 7.25% pay raise. Workers who had wanted a 12% increase have said they will not go below 10%. Most schools and hospitals have already been closed for 13 days. Finally, a Chinese company making products for the Beijing Olympics has admitted to using child workers despite initially denying the allegation. Lekit Stationery says children 12 and 13 years old were employed by one of its subcontractors, although they did not work on Olympic-related products. The news follows an investigation in Dongunan City, where the company is based. Investigations were launched after an advocacy group claimed that 4 firms making Olympic products were exploiting workers and employing underage workers. Lekit manager Michael Lee told reporters that a subcontractor had hired a number of children during the school holidays last winter. He has, however, insisted that the jobs were not related to the contract it won last year to produce stationery emblazoned with Olympic symbols. And those were the stories making midday news on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The Midday Sports Report is next.
Midday News was brought to you by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited, the best name for quality countertops in Jamaica, and RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
I want top returns on my money, but I don't want sleepless nights worrying if my money is safe.
That's why smart people invest with RBTT Securities. We offer a variety of investment options and experienced advisors to help you maximize your dollar. Plus, RBTT Securities is backed by one of the most respected group of companies in the Caribbean. And we listen to the person who understands your financial goals the most. You. Talk to one of our experienced investment advisors today. Think smart. Think RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
Sports, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM Radio News Center.
Time now for your midday sports report on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The 3 West Indian selectors have maintained their stand on the committee's choice of captain and vice-captain for the one-day international series against England later this month. The selection committee is headed by former Test opening batsman Gordon Greenidge and includes former Test off-spinner Clyde Butts and fast bowler Andy Roberts. Chief Executive of the West Indies Cricket Board, WICB, Bruce Ananson, says the selectors have maintained their position after dialogue with the board. However, Ananson says the WICB will be having a teleconference later today to bring the matter to an end. According to a report on the CaribbeanCricket.com website, the selectors' choice for the one-day captain, Chris Gayle, and vice-captain, Dinesh Ramdin, were both rejected by the WICB. The website reported that the WICB prefers Darren Ganga, who is leading the regional team in the Test series in England. Emerging West Indies all-rounder Darren Sammy is doubtful for West Indies' final Test against England at Chesler Street. The match will bowl off tomorrow. Sammy claimed the second best figures by a West Indian on debut with 7 for 66 in the third Test at Old Trafford last weekend. He sustained a minor groin injury while batting in the second innings of the third Test match. Meanwhile, fast bowler Ravi Rampal, who suffered a minor groin tear, has been ruled out of the 4 Test match. A new coach for the Indian cricket team will be appointed after the Ireland and England tours, according to Niranja Shah, the Secretary of the Board of Control for Cricket in India. Shah indicated that the Indian board was cautious following the rejection of the post by South Africa's Graham Ford. Shah says the team can manage on the tough tour to England without a coach. Horse racing now. Midweek racing continues at Caymanas Park this afternoon with 2 trophies at stake. The races are the 4-year-old and up restricted allowance race for the Valbert Marlow Memorial Cup over 1,800 metres and the Alty Mackenzie Memorial Cup over 1,600 metres. Anti-post favourite for the Valbert Marlow Memorial Cup is Old King Cole, the mount of red-hot jockey O'Neill Mullings. Captain Bone and recent winners Nijinsky's War will carry the bulk of the betting for the Alty Mackenzie Memorial Cup. Post time on the 11 race card is 12:30. The San Antonio Spurs beat the Cleveland Cavaliers 75-72 in Game 3 of the NBA Finals at the Quicken Loans Arena last night. The win gave Spurs a 3-0 lead in the best-of-7 series. It means that the title could be decided as early as tomorrow when Cavaliers attempt to avoid becoming just the 3rd team in the last 18 seasons to be swept 4-0. LeBron James of the Cavaliers had a game high of 25 points. And finally, Portmore Missionary and Vaz 1 will contest the final of the Oliver's Decorating Prep School Table Tennis Competition, which will be played tomorrow at the UTEC Auditorium. Portmore Missionary will be seeking their first hold on the title. Vaz won the title in 2001. And that's your midday sports report on Power 106. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre, the midday weather report is next.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Centre and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carby's Discount Centre, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
The National Meteorological Service is reporting that a trough remains near stationary over the Western Caribbean. On the local scene this afternoon, expect cloudy conditions with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. Tonight should be mainly cloudy with isolated showers. In our 3-day outlook, on Thursday, look for mainly cloudy conditions with isolated thunderstorms in the afternoon. On Friday, expect scattered showers and thunderstorms, also during the afternoon. And Saturday will be mainly cloudy with scattered showers. And that's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Centre and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carby's Discount Centre, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, a recap of the main stories. 2 persons in custody in St. Catherine following major ganja bust on Old Harbour Road this morning. Association of Local Government Authorities calls for sweeping changes to the operation of parish councils. U.S. Embassy in Kingston warning imposters that they could face criminal charges if they continue to make fraudulent appointments for visa interviews. From the region, St. Lucia Government Minister dismisses suggestions that the continued illness of Prime Minister Sir John Compton has created a leadership crisis in the ruling United Workers' Party. And on the international scene, thousands of public sector workers have joined one of South Africa's biggest strikes, with trains not running and few commuters seen in Johannesburg. And that's midday news, sports and weather on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be headline news at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Center, I'm Stacey Ann Smith.
J Pharmacy, located at 82 Bonnet Street and shop number 3, Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Bonnet Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday. Think comfort. Think Carrier, the world's most trusted brand in air conditioning. More homes, hotels, and businesses use Carrier air conditioners because they have a proven record for the coolest, most reliable, and energy-efficient units on the market. All tuned with great service and affordable prices. Call CAC 2000 Limited, 1-888-991-5921, and refresh yourself. Carrier, tuned to the experts.
Power 106.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Thank you very much. We're back here online, and we go directly to our telephones. Hello.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you,
Mr.
sir.
Perkins, how are you doing, sir?
Not too bad, thank you.
My name is Richard Salmon.
Richard Salmon?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
I am a member of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Yes.
Southeast St. Elizabeth constituency management team.
Uh-huh.
About 2 weeks ago, we erected a sign with Mr. Franklin Witter, a billboard with Mr. Franklin Witter in the Junction Square. Immediately in the square. That was 2 weeks ago. This morning we wake up to find that sign plastered all over with paint.
Uh-huh.
Now, we are quite certain that that was not done by Jamaica Labour Party supporters.
Uh-huh.
We don't know who did it.
What was this sign about?
It's a billboard. For me?
What was this billboard about?
It's with our candidate, Mr. Franklin Witter. Vote JLP.
Uh-huh.
It's one of those big billboard, about 20 by 10
uh-huh.
billboard.
And what? Did you have
Did you not require permission to put it up in the square?
Oh, yes, we did.
And you got it?
Yes, we did.
From the parish council?
From the parish council. We went through all that procedure. There's nothing illegal about it. It was paid for and all the documents up and correct. Right. But it was erected there 2 weeks ago.
Well, wouldn't that be contrary to the what's it called? The campaign?
No, man, that's a legal billboard. It would be legal.
It was what?
It's a legal billboard. It wouldn't be contrary to that.
I see. All right.
Right. But what would be contrary to that was that it is defaced. That's contrary to what you're talking about.
Yes.
So it's very unfortunate that this morning we wake up to find that sign plastered over with paint.
Yes.
And that's not the only. 3 weeks ago we had an unfortunate incident where a bus taking home workers was intercepted and the driver abused, not physically but verbally, and threatened. And the sign, there were some signs on that bus that were torn off and so on. So I've been having a series of events like those, unfortunately. We are saying that, I'll tell you something, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Mr. Witter, Frank Witter, the only reason why we are in fact campaigning in South East St. Elizabeth, you see, is just to take the message to the people. That's the only reason. Because Mr. Frank Witter...
What other reason is there for campaigning? What other reason is there for campaigning?
The other reasons for you to know the candidate and so on. But he's so well known.
Oh, I see.
So the only reason is to take that new message, the Jamaica Labour Party message to the people.
I follow you.
But what I'm saying is that we are so confident that Mr. Frank Witter will win this election, this upcoming election, that there will be almost no need for us to campaign.
And to put up signs.
I
see, all right. So you're not going to bother put up another one?
No, but at the same time, if you put it up, we expect it to stay like that clean.
Well,
not being defaced.
Yes. All right, sir. Thank you very much.
All right.
All the best to you. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes?
Mr. Perkins, I'm calling you that the Minister of National Security can hear this call and help the poor ladies at the Duane Park women's laptop. Mr. Perkins, last Saturday and Sunday, I was being detained there.
You were what?
Being detained there, sir.
At Duane Park?
Why? At Duane Park lock up for the ladies.
Why?
And Mr. Perkins, there is nothing on the concrete for the ladies to sleep on.
You're serious?
Yes, sir. They have to sleep on the clear concrete. And it's when the rain starts falling, Mr. Perkins, it's like a river inside there.
Oh, my God.
You have water up to the foot, Mr. Perkins. Sunday the rain starts falling and water reaches up to your foot in there. And nobody to help them. Mr. Perkins, please, see if you can get some help for those.
And how many women were there in there?
They will have about 12 or 13 ladies.
In the cell in which you were?
No, we have, in the cell that I was, we have 4 ladies there.
4?
Yes.
I know, you know if all the other cells were like that?
All the cells, Mr. Perkins. They have a hole at the back of the cell, and when the rain start coming, the water just start coming, just pour.
Okay.
And it's hurricane season now, so you can imagine if they get another shower of rain, if the rain start falling for 2 days or whatever. They have to get some help, Mr. Perkins. They have to get some help. It's really, really serious.
But this is disgraceful.
It's a disgrace. And this is ladies' time, no women's time. So what happened, Mr. Perkins? Why the lady have to go through all these things?
So why they had you locked up in there?
I bailed somebody and the person didn't turn up, Mr. Perkins.
You bailed somebody?
Yes.
And the person didn't turn up?
Yes, the person
So they locked you up in there?
Yes, sir. They locked me up.
Locked you up for how long?
From Saturday evening until Sunday. Until Monday morning when I went to court.
You went to court?
Yes, sir.
And?
They charged me $14,000, Mr. Perkins.
Oh, gosh. But I didn't know that they locked up persons in a cell because they bailed somebody and the person didn't turn up.
I didn't know that neither, Mr. Perkins. I didn't know that neither.
I thought that what they did was took you to court and or require you to pay the money?
Yeah, I think so to Mr. Perkins. But I was at home and I just say a lady come and she take me to Harborview. And then she take me from Harbour to Duane Park and say I have to stay until Monday when court day.
Uh-huh.
Yes. And I was there Saturday night, Sunday.
You know, Mom?
We have to be standing in the rain, in the water all time Sunday because the water was just pouring. And nothing to sleep on, Mr. Perkins.
Oh, God.
Nothing. Not even a toilet would allow you to take inside there. Nothing at all.
Oh, my God.
Mr. Perkins, I want them to do something for the ladies there.
Well, I tell you something.
Yes, sir.
Why don't you talk to the public defender about this?
I'm going to try, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, try that one.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Okay, Mr. Perkins. Thank you very much.
Boy, and thanks for bringing it to our attention. This is Duhaney Park Police Station.
Yes, sir, for the laptop for ladies.
Oh, my God. Is woman time now? We take a break. We come back in a moment.
My mother said, he going pass my exam because me have brain poor. Mother's poor patty make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Power Patchy is
12:30. Sorry, Gran.
We stop for gas and then you disappear for so long and left me in the car, boy.
Sorry, Gran.
What you been doing there? Did you go eat a sandwich?
No, Gran.
Were you reading magazines?
No, Gran.
Oh, you had one of those fancy mocha cafe latte coffee things?
No, Gran.
Well, what you did get, boy?
Aspirin.
Drive into an Esso now for everything you need. We know your passengers value the time spent with you as much as you enjoy the time spent with us. How do we know? We're drivers too.
Celebrating social style, unwrap a lot of happy smiles. Just think of the joy you'll bring with a social gift that keeps on giving.
Ideal for celebrating life goals or marking special occasions, a Scotia gift certificate is the one gift your friends and family will appreciate for years to come.
Never forget the day you gave the best gift yet. A Scotia gift certificate.
That's just per call or visit any Scotiabank branch today for details on Scotia gift certificates.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Hi, Mr. Perkins.
Oh, is that Dr. Gomes?
Speaking to you.
How are you?
I am good.
I haven't spoken to you for a little while.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
Well, I don't know. Maybe there haven't been any of our issues in the news. I don't know.
Look here. Did you happen to be listening a moment ago when a lady was speaking to me about having been locked up in the Duhaney Park a cell at Duhaney Park over the weekend?
No, I wasn't, Mr. Perkins.
Well, I tell you what. She apparently bailed some person, and the person did not turn up in court, right? So police came for her, locked her up, and she spent the weekend in the cell until Monday. She was taken to court, where she had to pay $14,000, right? Now, I shouldn't have thought that it would have been necessary to lock her up.
No, I would not have thought that you would want to do that on a Friday evening.
Yes, but in any event, why lock her up? I mean, summon her to court.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
If she can't pay the money, then, of course,
yeah,
not a matter.
Yeah.
But look here, you know what she tells me? That when the rain started, the water poured into the cell. First of all, the cell has a concrete floor. And there was nothing but the concrete for the women locked up in there to sleep on. Right? And in addition to that, when it rained, water poured up to about a foot into the cell.
Ah, Lord of mercy.
Dr. Gomes, why do we treat our people like this?
Oh, Mr. Perkins, I don't know. We have an attitude that is just appalling. I'm just. Sometimes you get a little tired. I mean, and I'll tell you something, Mr. Perkins. I mean, the police station is probably not any better either.
Well, that may well be true.
Because we have a history of contempt for one another that is...
Yes.
That is absolutely appalling. I mean, I guess they're just not from the right school, huh?
Dr. Gomes, why do we find it so difficult to understand that, we needn't love our neighbor, Love ourselves. If you love yourself, you will recognize, and you have any intelligence and can see beyond your nose, you will recognize that the better off your neighbor is, the better off you're likely to be.
Yep.
Am I right?
Yep, absolutely, Mr. Perkins.
If that man has a good job and is doing nice house and is living well, you think he's wasting time coming to block your house? Huh?
No, we have a contempt for ourselves that really is appalling.
Well, I don't know.
Appalling. I mean, it really is appalling. You see it so much that you despair of changing it. It's so.
I don't know, Mom. I'm just wondering whether we are.
Well, it's actually on a fairly similar matter that I wanted to talk to you about.
Yes.
Because we had Jamaicans for Justice had occasion to write recently in response to an article that was published in the Western Mirror. And it was one of those horrible articles, full of innuendo and lacking the courage of its convictions. And it refused to call names. The article was entitled The Authenticity of Human Rights Groups. And it was written by a Sergeant Reed.
Sergeant Reed.
Under a column called Security Alert.
And Sergeant Reed is a policeman?
Apparently, serving policeman.
Uh-huh.
And we had it really was terrible. We had to write to the Mirror because we were disappointed about their publishing it. But we were very disappointed that a serving police officer lacked the courage of his convictions to use even specifics in his references.
Well, why are you so surprised and disappointed that they should have published it? The Western Mirror is run by Mr. Lloyd B. Smith?
Yes, and I expected a better standard from Lloyd B. than I got.
You don't read his articles in The Observer?
I do, Mr. Perkins, and I expected a better standard from him than was in this, and from the Mirror than was in this article,
Uh-huh.
But the point wasn't so much about the Mirror, but it was about the inaccuracies in this thing. I mean, the article talked about human rights groups such as the United Nations Commission on Human Rights and the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights as being human rights groups. And then went on to make all kinds of accusations about Janice Allen. People planted evidence.
What?
and that we had commanded the court.
But if he had information that somebody had planted evidence, and I don't remember of anything of any evidence planted in the Janice Allen case. What I remember is evidence
Mr.
missing.
Perkins, he didn't even call her name. He didn't even call her name. He wouldn't even call her name. You know, one of those articles that is just horrible, just innuendo and suspicion and carrying on about matter reportedly headed to the Privy Council on the commands of a certain human rights group. And he went on to say that the matter was before the Jamaican courts, tried and thrown out, retried and thrown out, all because of insufficient evidence. The human rights representatives continue to raise up a storm criticizing the law and condemning the police. Why not produce the evidence? So we had to respond, you know. I mean, there were other numerous assertions in that article. And when we responded, we said that we found it disturbing that Sergeant Reed couldn't even use Janice Allen's name or describe accurately what happened to her. And we went on to tell him about her being shot and her sister witnessing it and the policeman refusing to take Janice to the hospital in the car and her bleeding to death.
Yes.
And then we went on to talk to him about the fact that the disrespect that he was showing for the legal processes by saying that it was on the commands of a certain human rights group that the case was going to Privy Council, because as he must well know, the case has gone through a series of applications in the courts. And that there never was a proper trial or a retrial. In fact, that's the basis of the application to the court, but rather a well-documented pattern of attempts to pervert the course of justice, including but not limited to the destruction by fire of the firearms register whilst in the care of the police.
Yes.
The misleading of the court about the whereabouts of a key prosecution witness by the police, and the intimidation and attempted bribery of witnesses by policemen. And we went on to highlight Justice Harrison's comment that there is, and here I quote, there is an obvious need in our law to deal effectively with the circumstances that arose in this case. The individual who conveyed the faulty information to Crown Counsel, which information was effective to result in the verdict or acquittal by the jury, must remain the object of police investigation, end quote. But there was never a police investigation of the individual. And then he talked about, we went on to remind him that it is the police who are responsible for the protection of evidence, the collection of evidence, the preservation of evidence.
Yes.
And that it is failures in this regard that have...
I shouldn't have expected a police sergeant to have to be reminded of that.
Well, you would think not, but we had to do it because he made assertions that said that we were to produce the evidence. The police have the evidence. And it is their failure to preserve it or to collect it that often leads to the failure to bring to court all available information on it to make a determination. Right? And then
so did the Western Mirror publish your response?
Yes, they published our response in full. Yeah. But one of the things that I wanted to address here, because it's an often repeated criticism, Mr. Perkins, is that we don't care about the human rights of anybody but criminals.
Yes.
You know?
Dr. Gomes, need you respond to that?
Yes, we did, because we said it showed a complete, perhaps deliberate, misunderstanding of the specific roles of groups such as ours in countering state violations of human rights.
Yes.
When individuals violate the rights of individuals, those persons violated can turn to the state and its agents for protection.
Yeah, absolutely.
When the state violates individuals' rights,
to whom do you turn?
Exactly. People need support to demand redress from the state that has violated its rights.
But in any event, Dr. Gomes, the purpose for the state existing
is to protect human rights.
Is to protect the rights of its citizens.
Exactly.
Did you hear?
I heard your
this judgment by this Tanzanian judge?
I was so pleased.
Oh my God! How impressive!
Pleased. Yes, it was. It's wonderful. And you know what was wonderful about it was that it was coming from a Tanzanian judge. It was wonderful that it was coming from a Tanzanian judge.
Absolutely.
And so we can't be talking about things that belong to metropolitan countries and are being held to the wrong standards.
But would it not have been even more wonderful had it been coming from a Jamaican judge?
Yes, indeed.
Eh?
We look forward to that day. We actually have had a few. I mean, Justice Roy Jones,
Yes,
judgment in January.
I remember that case.
Yeah, that's a beautiful judgment. Beautiful judgment.
Yes.
But, and then he went on to ask us to stop for a while. Stop what? What are we supposed to stop, Mr. Perkins? We're supposed to stop telling people about the problems with the pathology?
Yes.
I can't believe that people don't want us to agitate for proper forensics.
But
and for proper procedures.
You know, Dr. Gomes, what is really distressing? The fact that it isn't the Bakra people at the top of the society that has this attitude towards organizations like yours, It's the very people whom you are sticking out your neck down there to try to defend. Right?
Well,
I mean, if you listen to talk about, the people who are so strongly supportive of somebody like Renito Adams, right? Who are they?
Oh, you'd be surprised, Mr. Perkins, how high up the ladder that supporting.
Well, but you'd be surprised how
deep down
far down the ladder it goes.
I know.
No.
But I actually hold those more accountable who have more access to education and information than those who have less.
Well, that is true too. That is true.
Yeah.
But the people who have less are also
they suffer it. They suffer it much more than
supportive of abuses of human rights. Right? As long as it doesn't affect them.
Yep.
Right? It affects other people like them, and they don't see that if you legitimate it happening to other people, what is there going to be to prevent it happening to you?
Yeah, and we've been
hold on just a moment for me.
Attention NHD contributors in St. Catherine. Your NHD St. Catherine branch is now at its new offices, Twickenham, near the Hussey Marty School. Remember, your NHD office is now at a new location, Twickenham, St. Catherine. The phone numbers remain the same. The time by the National Housing Trust is
12:45.
When it comes to top quality, when you want great taste, find food for your family.
Nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Fine food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve, the first family of fine foods.
Deposit insurance is a scheme to protect depositors in banks and building societies. And effective July 1, protection for depositors' funds will be increased from the current $300,000 to $600,000 per depositor per institution. For further information, call JDIC, toll-free at 1-888-991-5342.
JDIC, protecting deposits for you and me.
The news is out. You already know Langer's pomegranate juice helps clear clogged arteries and fights heart disease. Now, clinical trials by the National Cancer Institute in the USA indicate that pomegranate juice may stop recurring prostate cancer. Langer's pomegranate juice is made from the whole fruit for maximum antioxidant content. Langer's pomegranate juice, your ally in the fight against prostate cancer and heart disease. Available in your favorite supermarket. Distributed by Qualcare Limited. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, Dr. Gomes.
Yeah, Mr. P.
So didn't the Western Mirror apologize for publishing the article?
No, we haven't had an apology. They've published our response, and we, I guess we'll wait to see what happens with it. But, I mean, one of the points we definitely wanted to make is that this idea of throwing words out and making innuendo and scurrilous accusation without substantiation is dishonest, right? And that we have publicly challenged Sergeant Reid in that article to respond. Either put up or shut up. Names, dates, organizations, or withdraw, right? And we wanted to just reassure him and the public that we will not stop calling for the provision of court stenographers. We will not stop supporting families such as those of Jason Smith, 15, Johnny Sallen, 13, 10-year-old Renee Lyons, 12-year-old Amani Wedderburn, families whose children were killed by police.
Yes.
And we will not stop calling for improvements in the justice system and for the end of long delays, or for the protection of witnesses, or for proper procedures in jury selection. And I will not stop calling for proper facilities to be put in place for postmortems and proper standards to be developed and maintained. And we will continue to work to support the police in the lawful performance of their duties.
But you need to remember all the same, Dr. Gomes, that what you are suffering there is minuscule as compared with what your relative suffered. Right.
You mean you're talking about the qualification to be a national hero? Seems to be a very important qualification, Mr. Perkins.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I mean, if you look at our national heroes, hanging seems to be an important thing that has to happen to you before you get called a national
Absolutely.
hero.
I suppose that what the Director of Public Prosecutions was trying to do the other day was to promote terrorism.
And next thing they'll all end up as national heroes. I mean, if you look at it, Mr. P, it's quite striking, because George William, Sam Sharp, and Paul Bogle.
Yes.
All of them had to be hanged before they could be recognized as heroes.
Absolutely.
And sometimes we need to, when we make utterances, we need to keep an eye on history.
Yes, well.
And to learn from the mistakes.
They went through it, Mum.
Governor Eyre was chaired.
Yes.
Chaired by members of the society.
Yes.
When he was recalled to England. Chaired for his response of hanging.
Yes.
George William and killing a whole
the Romans had a saying, Dulce et decorum est, pro patria mori.
Yeah.
Yes.
In fact, it's a very beautiful and extraordinary poem by Wilfred Owen. There's an extraordinary poem that uses those words.
Yes, indeed.
By Wilfred Owen.
Yes.
But we have to be, really, we have to be careful. And one of my disappointments, Mr. Perkins, is that we can do better,
Yes.
We can do better. We don't have to be doing what we're doing now.
Well, the thing is this, that, what, one of the things wrong with us is that we don't have that spirit of patriotism in this country,
Well, I don't want anybody lining up to die for me, but I certainly would like people lining up to observe human rights.
Yes.
And understand that we cannot continue to try and build something on the back of inequality. That we cannot treat some people as less than human and deserving of less worthy postmortems than others, because it will come up to bite us. And that's exactly what has happened.
Isn't it extraordinary what has happened in this Wilmot case?
Mr. Perkins, is not strange. It's not strange. It's just that we know how much experts, 3 other experts tell us. But we've been saying it for years. The government has been provided with report after report that says the quality of postmortems is bad. It's not up to international standards. It's not up to even acceptable Jamaican standards.
Yes.
But it was quashy dead.
But the government doesn't give two hoots about that.
Well, exactly. It's quashy that dead. They didn't think they were going to get a postmortem now. They didn't think the embarrassment was going to come and bite them in wherever like this. But they've known for years and they've been prepared to accept it for Jamaicans.
Yes.
When you talk about things like informing Mrs. Wilmot, Jill Wilmot, Mr. Perkins, which Jamaican wife, mother, daughter got that kind of service at any point in time?
I don't know, Mama. I've never heard of it.
I've never heard of it either. I mean, in fact, directly opposite,
and they traveled to South Africa to do it.
I'm not quarreling that they did it, Mr. Perkins.
No.
I think that's wonderful.
No.
I think they must do it for everybody.
Go down the trench town, go talk to the mother down there.
Yeah, exactly, to Millicent. Don't get on the radio. I mean, we have the DPP saying on radio when asked, who is Leonie Forbes, mother of Patrick Genius, and why should I talk to her? I don't have any duty to explain anything to her.
He said that?
Yes. Right? So what we want now is for everybody to be treated like Jill Wilmot. Right? And every post-mortem to get some review. Because we know they've been bad for years. And what are we, I mean, who is languishing in jail, Mr. Perkins, that was a diagnosis of murder made and never reviewed? And some poor fool end up charged and convicted.
Yes. You know what is going to be interesting? To see just how soon the inquest is held.
Yeah. And then I'll call Miss Johnson because Happy's inquest is still outstanding.
Yes.
And he was killed in 1998.
Whose inquest is that?
Happy Henry. His mother's name is Elaine Johnson. Remember it. That is one of God's most faithful mothers. She sits in every court date. She and her Happy's father.
Yes.
Remember that name. It's a better name. It's a more faithful name than Jill Wilmot. Right? It's a Jamaican name.
Yes.
And it speaks to the character of the Jamaican people. And we need to do better by them.
Yes.
Right? We need to do for them what we were found is able to do for Jill Wilmot.
Yes.
And we need to stop pretending like we don't have a problem and stop pretending like it's okay because it's only quashy and fix the damn problems. Provide the Jamaican people with a decent autopsy facility and decent work.
But, Dr. Gomes, it's the fault of the Jamaican people, you know. You know, I remember seeing you people, you human rights people, had some demonstration in Halfway Tree Square, I think it was, some years ago.
Oh, we've been there a few times, yes. We've been to Halfway Tree Square a few times,
okay.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
And you ever had more than 100 persons?
No. The only time we had more than 100 persons was the day with Brayton, and then that was a large renter crowd.
Yeah.
An opposition, and it stirred a great deal of interest. So we had a big turnout for that one, including the renter crowd. But, no, Mr. Perkins, but I mean, people need to get up and stand up for their rights. They need to do what Bob Marley said years ago.
Yes, it isn't going to work otherwise, you know.
Well, you just keep plugging, Mr. Perkins, and you keep reminding people that nobody is safe. No, you can't. We cannot hide behind it won't happen to me. Because it will. You just sit down there long enough, and we need to try to learn from some history and try to make sensible decisions. I really hope to hear something sensible from the minister today as to what will be done urgently to fix the disaster down there.
What are you hoping to hear, Dr. Gomes?
I'm hoping to hear that there will be immediate action taken to begin the process of...
there's an election coming up, yes.
I may hear. I'm hoping that's what I'm going to hear, Mr. Perkins. I'm hoping I'm not going to hear any blame shifting or failure to stand up for anything, you know? Or or buck shuffling, which is what the police, which is what the people have been getting. Because I want to make the point that the police force has been calling for proper morgue and proper facilities for must be close to 20 years. Right? So they are also being hampered in their work. Right? And they know it.
But you know, Dr. Gomes, I wonder whether part of the problem is not that organizations like yours are going about this thing in the wrong way.
Perhaps we should. How would you have us do it, Mr. Perkins? We're always willing to learn, you know.
Well, the impression that one gets is that you are working to secure the rights of Jamaican people. Whereas maybe what you should be doing is trying to make Jamaica people understand that those rights are not going to be secured until they are prepared to get up and demand them.
Yeah, well, one of the things that it needs to be quite clear, Mr. Perkins, is that we don't do anything on our own. I mean, part of our inspiration is from the Jamaican. Is from the Jamaican people, the Jamaican mothers, the Jamaican fathers, the Jamaican sisters and brothers and common law wives.
Yes. Hold on just a moment for me.
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now 1 o'clock.
This is a message from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Parents, is your child a PATH beneficiary between 1 and 6 years old? Have you taken him for a checkup since January? If you have not, then you must take him to the health center by June 30. Remember, your PATH benefit depends on these visits. The program of advancement through health and education, advancing your family, developing Jamaica. For further information, call toll-free 1-888-991-7284 or contact the Ministry's office in your parish.
I got that feeling and it's so easy to tell.
From day one, Digicel give me real value. $8 Digicel to Digicel rate.
3 Digicel points to buy a new phone when I add credit or when I pay my bill.
Digicel is the first company to give free credit. $100 every month.
Signal, them have the whole island covered.
And with the best customer service 24/7, they make me feel like I am number one.
Digicel, I'm number one.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, Dr. Gomes.
Yeah, Mr. Perkins, I won't take up much more of your time, but just to say that one of the things is that we work with some of the most wonderful human beings you've ever met.
Yes, I know.
Life. Wonderful and faithful. And
I know.
It's for ourselves and for them that we do this work. It's not, I mean, it's for ourselves. It's a realization that if we let it go, if we keep silent, then we have begun the process of dying.
But my criticism, Dr. Gomes, I don't like calling it a criticism, you know? But what I'm saying is that you're working with a mother who lost her son, right? While the mother who has a son that she's about to lose is sitting down there ignoring what is going on.
Yeah. Well, we do a lot of human rights education as well. In fact, we just recently, a couple of months ago, launched a video called Cry for Justice, which helps, I think, to bring people to the realization of the universality of human rights and of the need to defend it.
Yes.
It's a lovely production, and hopefully I can get a copy to you. You can have a look.
Yes, I hope so.
Talks to people about their rights, but in a dramatic format rather than a preachy format, so that people can begin to appreciate, one, their role in the realization of rights.
Yes.
You know, and the need for the defense of human rights.
And one of the things that we need to understand is that we're not going to deal with the crime problem effectively by going around, shooting persons who had nothing to do with
yes.
You know.
Well, if that was going to work, Mr. Perkins, we'd be crime-free now.
Absolutely.
You know, because we've been doing it for 30 years.
Yes.
So they would. I mean, if it was going to work, it would surely have worked by now. It's just not working, and we need to develop new tactics.
Yes.
And we need to encourage people to.
And we need to remind people of what that you remember that priest in Nazi Germany or clergyman. What was his name? I can't remember.
The Lutheran clergyman.
The Lutheran clergyman he was. Yes.
Yeah. And he came for the Jews.
You remember what he said?
He came for the Jews, and I said nothing.
Yes,
I was not a Jew.
Absolutely.
Right.
We need to put that up on every street corner in Jamaica.
Absolutely, Mr. Perkins. And hopefully the work that aspect of it is slower, I think. To change societal attitudes is a long slog. But I think we need to keep in front of us also the words of people like Martin Luther King. And Martin Luther King said, you cannot murder murderers.
Yes.
You can murder a murderer, but you can't murder.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. Absolutely true.
He cannot put out darkness, only light.
Absolutely true.
Yeah? So we keep pushing on, and I hope that Sergeant Reed and will have read the article and will have seen the error of his ways, and hopefully we will get some.
One might have hoped that the editor of the Western Mirror would have by now been feeling ashamed.
Yeah, well, I guess the publication in full of a long letter was part reparation.
All right, Dr. Gomes. Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Perkins.
All the best to you.
Okay. All right, let's read a few emails.
Mr. Perkins, the polls are spot on. The majority of people believe that the government is doing a good job in taking the country in the wrong direction. They're absolutely correct.
The government is doing a good job in taking the country in the wrong direction.
They're absolutely correct. Says that email.
That's priceless.
Mr. Perkins, I hope you will mention that the government pathologist is still insisting that Wilmot was murdered. It's being reported all over the international press, and various comments are being made on it.
Yes. Well, he has his opinion. The question of whether his opinion is a valid one is another matter. And I suppose the question of his competence is up in the air up there for discussion. Yeah.
Mr. Perkins, below is a comment from an English friend of mine, sent to me by mail. Says this email, the subject, why am I not surprised? The message, strangling is now a natural cause of death in Jamaica. Oh? Mr. Perkins, dear sir, it is unfortunate that Mr. Wilmot passed away, but because of his death, the spotlight has been on Jamaica. now almost 3 months, and not in a good way. The world can now see how inefficient the Jamaican police are. I think that many Jamaicans would benefit from this. I hope so. Because the government must now provide the necessary equipment and funds for the police force.
You think it must? You're going to hear some good words coming out of them, but that's about it.
Mr. Perkins, isn't it interesting that Dr. Cheshire is persisting with his murder outcome? I don't know what you mean by that, with his murder outcome. Today, in The Observer, I saw where he said that he's standing by his verdict. Now, in the Gleaner, there were 2 or 3 inserts of comments from the other pathologists. Where is Dr. Cheshire's report?
Yes.
Why didn't the Gleaner print that as well? So that we can know if he had grounds for still maintaining that it was murder.
Yes, I don't know that the Gleaner has access to that document now. But I expect that shortly there'll be an inquest, and that will be presented in evidence. No. So if not before, should be available then.
Mr. Perkins, you see how cockmouth kill cock? Mr. A.J. Nicholson talked too fast on the Trafalgar case. Then he found it was hanky-panky. Mr. Shields and the Commissioner also talked too quick on the Wilmot case. Then, remember, Mr. Pickersgill spoke too fast when he declared that World Cup cricket would win back the voting public for his party. Now, what a disgrace on the outcome. Not only did we not qualify for the finals, but it also had to be us, Jamaica, to cushion the effects of the death of the Pakistani coach with wrong reports from our police force, which were printed all over the world and taken very seriously against the background of our having the reputation of being one of the murder capitals of the world. Mr. Perkins, do you think the Reverend Finn talked too fast too?
I don't know.
Mr. Perkins, sir, have you heard Mr. Paulwell saying that the Porsche factor has come into play and showed him that God is working? If that is so, why doesn't the PNP call the election and let God's work and word be manifest? Mr. Perkins, can you imagine, after all those years, 18 of them in fact, you mean to tell me that all the PNP can tell Jamaicans about is the Porsche factor? If you would believe them, you would believe that God only serves them and their purpose.
Well, maybe that is what they believe.
Hi, Mr. Perkins. What is your position on the burning of debris in residential areas, sir?
Of the what?
The burning of debris.
Debris?
Yes.
Where?
In residential areas. For some time now, I have been exposed to this uncomfortable experience where an adjoining neighbor will just burn garbage anytime they choose in close proximity to my dwelling. The smoke becomes unbearable at times. Is this practice legal, Mr. Perkins?
No, Mom.
What course could I take?
Call the police.
What is the authorities' take on this?
Call the police. It's an offense.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins. I hope you get a chance to read my letter, though it is an everyday cry on your program. I want to know why Mother P makes it so hard for poor people like me to do a late entry registration. 2 weeks ago, I went to the RGD to get 2 late entry forms for my sister and brother who are in their late 20s. These persons have never been registered in their life. They told me that I would have to do a search which cost $100 each. I paid for that. And although I know that these persons do not exist, I waited patiently for a response. I got a response 2 weeks later that the search was not successful and that I should go to the RGD office and pick up late entry forms. Now, Mr. Perkins, I had told them that the persons were never registered in the first instance when they made me pay the $100 each. However, I went to Portmore Pine's office on Saturday, only to be told after 2 hours wait by this lady that she cannot give me the form. I would have to do another search, which cost $12,000. I was speechless. I said $12,000 for both of them. She told me $12,000 each. Mr. Perkins, we nearly dropped down. It was a good thing I was sitting. My brother and my sister hardly earned $12,000 a month. As for my sister, she has 2 fatherless sons. If we, a mother, be children and should treat us so, what if we were not our children, yours truly? I don't want to be a child anymore.
Well, in fact, okay, we're being asked to take a break.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time for the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
1:15.
Paul, you know how me always tell about the super value specials at Wendy's?
Yes,
well, now them
Oliver.
have 4 different meals, see only $195 each.
Do they?
Them have the double stack cheeseburger, the cheeseburger deluxe, the 5-piece chicken nuggets, and now the new crispy chicken sandwich, all served with a small fries and a 16-ounce soda. Each one of them scrumptious, and each only $195.
Good value.
And the best value in town. Wendy's, same high quality and variety at a low price.
The super value specials, $1.95 at Wendy's in New Kingston and Ligony Plaza.
May we see you at Wendy's?
The news is out. You already know Langer's pomegranate juice helps clear clogged arteries and fights heart disease. Now, clinical trials by the National Cancer Institute in the USA indicate that pomegranate juice may stop recurring prostate cancer. Langer's pomegranate juice is made from the whole fruit for maximum antioxidant content. Langer's pomegranate juice, your ally in the fight against prostate cancer and heart disease. Available in your favorite supermarket. Distributed by Qualcare Limited.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry he never have more.
Ricky don't mind the top, you come to it. We say the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maitland, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. Dear sir, the matter of predatory loans as practiced by the Jamaican banking system needs to be addressed, and addressed now. On your station, I heard aggressive advertisements for a low 18.5%, for example. Now, take a $3 million loan, such as that are being offered by the NHT. A $3 million loan over 6 years at 18.5% would cost $6.33 million at the end of the payment. At an interest of $3.3 million.
$3 million?
An interest.
Hold on. A $3 million loan?
Yes. At 18.5%. And I assume it is over 20 years.
Yes.
I'm assuming that is not in the email.
I don't know what it is.
Would end up costing $6.33 million.
Yes.
An interest of $3.3 million on a single loan. It is time Jamaicans learn to go back to throwing partners in order to buy what they want and give the banks time to think. Put your basket where you can reach it. Now, I have a 6% loan over here, and I'm trying to get out of it now for a better rate.
But in fairness to the bank, right? Let us say that it was over 20 years. And the bank would have earned...
He didn't mention any years.
Whatever it was. 10 years, whatever the time. The bank would have earned, he says... 3.3 million.
Yes.
If
you took a loan of 3...
Yes, they would have earned...
an extra 3.3.
Well, they lend 3.3 and they earn another 3.3.
Yeah.
Okay. But then the question is, given the rate of inflation, what would they have lost in the value of their capital? Right? And indeed in the value, well, if at 5 or whatever it is, 7-8%, and it very often is more than that in reality, per year. What would they have lost over the period that they were earning that interest? So part of the reason for high interest rates is the high levels of inflation that we have in the country, the instability of the Jamaican dollar.
Mr. Perkins, it is shock why I'm sending this email at this time of night. With time on my hands because my children and husband are away.
What?
It is with shock why I'm sending this email at this time of the night. With time on my hands because my children and my husband are away, I'm finding time to read everything. Tonight I decided to read my bills. For the first time, due to circumstance, I used Bill Express to pay my water bill. To my horror, the payment receipt read, bill amount $410, service fee $30.04, GCT on fee $4.96. No, Mr. Perkins, I believe I'm paying Bill Express's GCT. I say this because I cannot understand why I have to pay my bill and pay GCT to pay my bill. Had I used Paymaster, I would have paid only $30 to pay my bill. Better yet, had I used a JN Bank, I would have paid nothing. Needless to say, I will know what to do next time.
Well,
I do not understand how a government who cares so much for the poor can allow something like this to happen. I'm certain of one thing, that it is not helping poor people.
Okay. What's happening? Oh. Okay, hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Yes, I'm listening.
Mr. Perkins?
Oh, hi.
How are you?
Not too bad, thank you, Mom.
I was just calling, hopefully to be of some assistance.
Yes, Mom. I need some legal advice.
Well, let me just say I'm trying to be of assistance.
A lady called me.
Uh-huh.
She was locked up in the Duhaney Park, in a cell in the Duhaney Park police station over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Well, let me tell you, she, first of all, is complaining that the floor was made of concrete and there was nothing else, nothing to put between the bodies of the women in the cells and the concrete. Right? They want to sleep, they lie down on the concrete and sleep. Right? But in addition to that, when it rained, the rain came flooding into the cells. So it were inches of water on the floor. Right? Why was she there? She had bailed some person, and the person had not turned up for court.
Okay.
So the police came and arrested her and had her in the cell over the weekend in these conditions, and took her to court on Monday. And she paid $14,000.
$14,000?
Apparently that was the bail bond. I don't know.
Oh. Well, the magistrate would have the discretion, you know, to remit any penalty or to discharge her.
Oh, I see.
That is entirely within their discretion. But as the law provides, when somebody stands as a surety and the person doesn't turn up, and I don't know if this did not happen in this case because she makes no mention of it, the court issues a warrant to the bailiff, and it is that warrant that the bailiff is armed with, and he, by recovery, by distress, for the sale of the goods to the value of the bond.
Yes.
And in the event that there is, once the warrant is issued, and in the event that there is nothing for him to levy on, then he is authorized by law to take that person into custody and then put them before the court at the next opportunity. I don't know. Certainly, just for somebody not to appear and the surety is just arrested like that without more, my understanding of the law is that is quite wrong. I don't know if that is what happened in this circumstance, because it could be that the process did go out and she was just feeling the tail end of it by being taken into custody. There being nothing to levy on, I don't know. But certainly that is the procedure if one is to be taken into custody, having stood as a surety.
But if this woman could have paid the bail, the $14,000 on Monday, why could she not have paid it on Friday?
I don't know. I don't know. That if the bailiff went there...
Well, I wonder whether she was given the choice.
Well, I don't know. If the bailiff went there armed with a warrant and she had the $14,000, when one presumes that she would have paid it, rather than being taken into custody. But procedurally, it would be quite wrong to just go and arrest somebody and take them into custody without being armed with the warrant.
And if she had $14,000 in her bank account, and they went late on Friday, then she wouldn't be able to get it out. But then would it be right to lock that person up for the weekend?
No. As I say, once they're armed with the warrant, once the procedure is followed, if the warrant doesn't go out, and then the magistrate, as I say, can exercise his or her discretion and, in common parlance, ease up the person.
Yes.
You know, but once the warrant goes out and the bailiff is armed, then it is his duty to levy on the goods or take the person into custody and put them before the court at the earliest possible opportunity where the magistrate will decide.
But I thought that these days, when somebody was bailing somebody else, that they required you to put up
I tell you something,
land title and...
The conditions for the surety are restrictive to the point of being onerous, but then I understand that there have been cases of persons assuming other persons' identities in order to stand as surety.
Oh, well.
So it might be an overreaction, and when the surety is called on, that person doesn't exist.
Yes.
But as usual, it is the law-abiding persons who suffer, you know. But that
as
is
usual,
yeah.
it is the law-abiding person who suffers.
Yes. Because what happens is that regulations are put into place that are burdensome for the persons who are really abiding by the law.
Yes.
That's what happens.
That reminds me of Peter Phillips saying that in Jamaica, the man who plays by the rules is the man that gets shafted.
Well, I am sure the Honourable
And the
Minister
woman too, apparently.
must have been speaking from experience. Or
Yes,
anecdotal evidence, I don't know.
I see.
But that is a position.
Yes. But what about the condition of the cells? Don't people have a right to...
But you see, this has been a very old problem, and in terms of the facilities that people are housed in when they're taken into custody. And I think a lot of it is because there is the mindset that if you're arrested, you must be guilty. And if you're guilty, you are not entitled to any kind of favorable consideration until it is that someone, perhaps like a Dr. Jeffter Ford, becomes a victim. And then you realize that these concerns that were being raised, there is some merit to it.
Yes.
So I guess we as a people have to learn by hard, bitter experience.
Yes, but you know, it happens to Dr. Jeffter Ford, and he's converted. But that doesn't necessarily convert a great many other people of his kind.
Well, you see, I don't know if they would rather feel the pinch.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Get the security that comes from the COK Partner Plan. Your money is completely safe and you don't have to pay the banker. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK. Invest in your future today. And the time by COK is?
1:30.
The news is out. You already know Langer's pomegranate juice helps clear clogged arteries and fights heart disease. Now, clinical trials by the National Cancer Institute in the USA indicate that pomegranate juice may stop recurring prostate cancer. Langer's pomegranate juice is made from the whole fruit for maximum antioxidant content. Langer's pomegranate juice, your ally in the fight against prostate cancer and heart disease. Available in your favorite supermarket. Distributed by Qualcare Limited.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and a raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited. 27 East Street, Old Harbor. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
Three Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient, and quality service. Computerized prescription filling, over-the-counter medication and compounding of dermatology preparation. A wide variety of cosmetics, gifts, herbals, and novelties. Three Angels Pharmacy, Shop 6 Caledonia Place Plaza, 11 Caledonia Road, Mandeville. Open 8 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. Telephone 962-5584 or fax in your prescription to 962-4912. We deliver in Mandeville at no additional cost. Three Angels Pharmacy, providing for the total you.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much, Mom. We're back with you.
Yeah, I was about to say that you were saying that, others have not learned from experience.
Yes.
But it would be really unfortunate if well-thinking people would have to wait to become victims in order to appreciate the issues that concern a lot of people.
Well, that is what seems to happen in Jamaica, isn't it?
No, I don't think so, because you have persons like Dr. Gomes and
Yes.
others, and
Yes.
although that is one person, I would like to believe that her influence and certainly the work of her organization has had some impact over the years.
I think it has had a considerable impact,
And it is
but not
indeed-
the impact that one might have expected it to have.
Yeah, but nonetheless, it is some impact, and we have to start small, and I think it is encouraging, and we ought to just battle on.
Yes, but I tell you something, Mom. I feel very strongly about this, that people in Jamaica, when they see something happen to that man down the road there, they're not really concerned about it,
But I don't think
The
it's
people,
Jamaica.
the man down the road and his friends and family
No.
are concerned about it.
No.
The people in some other location are not really too concerned
No,
about it.
Mr. Perkins, I don't think it is anything peculiar to Jamaicans as much as it is human beings. However, I think it is more acute in our situation because persons are really about trying to earn a living and keep a roof over their head. So that becomes their... Now, why that situation is so is another question. So that, I think, I have some understanding for that person because that becomes their first priority. To feed their children, to transport their children, to take care of their sick, the elderly. So while you might sympathize with your problems of your neighbor, you yourself are having severe problems that you have to deal with. And I think our situation makes it even more, desperate for persons.
But part of the problem is that if my neighbor and I could get together,
yes,
maybe we would be able to work out solutions or cause solutions to be worked out to the problems that we have.
I believe, as I say, organizations like Jamaicans for Justice and indeed other organizations and persons who have heard the cry of the people and who have stood up in the face of adversity are to be commended because it is that kind
I'm
of...
sure they are to be commended. I'm not arguing about that.
No, and I'm not arguing either. I'm saying it is the links that they have forged and they have established and managed to maintain that I think to some extent, answers your concerns.
Well, no, it doesn't answer my concern, because my concern is that they are not getting the kind of support that one might have expected them to get from persons who recognize that what they are doing is in the interest of those persons, right? And that they need to support it in order to prevent things happening to them that have happened to other people.
I maybe unhappy with the extent of the support. That's what I hear you saying. But to tell you the truth, I am encouraged. So maybe we'll have to agree to disagree on that. But I am encouraged.
But when Jamaicans for Justice put on some kind of demonstration and invite people to come and support them,
right,
how many people turn up?
But you see, you have to look at the support they're able to mount in the face of our present situation. There are a lot of people who give them support morally, but in terms of physical bodies, seem to be of the view that were they to take a stand publicly, they may become victims. And as I say, it goes back to, are you prepared to be victimized for the greater good? It is a situation that people find themselves in. Perhaps if persons had the perception that they could go out there and stand up for their rights, and the taxman wouldn't be at the door, or police wouldn't be kicking down their door, or an opportunity that a member of their family might have had would be taken away, we would have maybe, I'm saying, a different scenario.
Well, I tell you something, Mom. If Jamaicans for Justice and Families Against State Terrorism and the rest of them could put on a demonstration in Halfway Tree one night and get the kind of support that political parties get, if they had a crowd like that, I tell you something,
things would change radically.
But in fairness, I don't know where it is, or very few places it is, that human rights organizations would be able to garner the crowd that political parties would be able to garner. And it is an ideal to strive for. You know, I wouldn't argue with you.
But then when one considers the violations of human rights in Jamaica, right? I mean, I should expect that people to be far more alive to the problem here than in many other places.
Yes, but as I say, when you stand up for human rights in other places, what is the likelihood or the perception even that you will be victimized?
And
I mean, you have to stand up and be counted, but as I say, people have real issues to deal with, you know, so and I sympathize with them from that point of view.
I don't know.
I called you about the situation with the lady, and I hope I was able to assist.
Yes, you did, I think.
You
All
have
right.
a good day. Okay. Then.
Thank you very much. Okay, hello?
Hello.
Hello, yes, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, Mr. P. How you do, sir?
Not too bad. Speak up a bit for me.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's not Light Beast to write that article in the Western Mirror.
I don't know, sir. I have no way of knowing.
But that man will
I don't know.
That man will do anything to keep this corrupt government in power now. If you
Why do you say that?
You don't read his articles, man.
Well, I haven't been reading them a lot recently.
Well, if you read them, you will see what I'm saying.
Well, I don't know.
Anyhow, you don't have to be enumerated to vote in Jamaica anymore.
You don't have to be enumerated to vote in Jamaica? I should have thought you had, yes?
Then Lisa Hanna will be voting.
Eh?
Will Lisa Hanna be voting in the next election?
I was under the impression that one had to be enumerated to be a candidate.
Well, you can expect chaos at the next general election because all who not enumerated will be going out to vote. Because the Prime Minister set up precedent with Lisa Hanna.
She did what?
She set up precedent with Lisa Hanna. So anybody who don't get enumerated can go out to vote election day.
No, I don't think so.
Well, she can't run then. She can't run if she can't vote. She can't.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe you can be a candidate without being a registered voter. You know,
well,
I don't know.
The law must be changed because it wasn't like that.
Well.
But this lady has all of a sudden become a dictator. Eh?
Become what?
A dictator.
A dictator? Who? Which lady?
Portia, I'm talking about.
Oh, you mean Mother P?
Mama P. I hear some people in the Mutty say Mr. Golden can't be trusted because he left one party and go to another one and come back. But that is all they have to say. But listen this now.
But hold on a little bit. How can a party be trusted that is using that against Mr. Golding, but at the same time has within its ranks a number of persons who have left one party and gone to the other?
That's what I'm saying. Even the last case we're talking about here, Lisa Hanna.
Huh?
Even the last person we're talking about here,
Well,
Lisa
there you are. I find this very odd.
If them some Mr. Golden can be trusted for leaving one party and going to the other, what about the delegates of I think it was in Central Westmoreland where they put down Roger Clark?
Oh yes.
Them voted for this man Buchanan, and Portia single-handed removed that man and put Roger Clark there. In St. Elizabeth, Eastern St. Elizabeth again, he removed Blake single-handedly and put Norman Han. And now in St. Ann, he go against the wishes of the people and put in Lisa Hanna. So out of the two leaders, who can most be trusted?
Well, sir, who do you think?
Well, I'll leave it to the listeners to make up their mind. She says she wants her own mandate. How much delegated vote we are again at the leadership race?
I can't remember the figures now, but
about 200.
I think it was a minority of the delegates.
No, or to 1,000, 2,000 something.
Or 2,000, I can't remember.
Well,
but it was, I think, if you added up Peter Phillips and Omar Davis and the other one, well, he withdrew, did he? I think she got less than half of the total number of delegates.
Well, whatever she gets, she didn't get much.
Don't quote me on that. I can't be
Yeah, man.
absolutely sure.
Well, I'm saying whatever she gets, she didn't get much people, much vote. And if those
Well, it was enough to win.
Yes, but if those people voted for her and she's now a dictator and she says she wants her own mandate, then if a country vote for her, you can imagine what will happen. If only a handful vote for her and she behaving like this, can you imagine if the country put her back there? Well, with that would be a dictator of no mean order.
Oh, don't do that to Mama P.
Mama P. That is the fact, Mutty. Because the way how she running that party, if Bruce Goy never try that, people like Light B. Smith and the rest of them would be down his throat like a with a dagger.
Yes, and he'd be called the one don.
Yeah, you see what they do with Siaga. And now they have
they'll probably call him Mr. Jezebel.
I see the cartoon is calling her one done it now.
Anyway.
One done it.
Okay.
Well, of the two person, and what I just told you a while ago, anyone can't be trusted Portia because she's becoming a dictator. Bruce leaving one party and coming back, that is nothing to what she's doing.
I see.
PNP party now.
All right, sir.
All right, Mutty.
Thank you.
We take a break. We come back shortly.
For the best prices on generators, call QD and Ace with prices as low as $52,130. Run silent model also available. QD and Ace, 8 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10. The time by QD and Ace is
1:45.
Versan Educational Services is the best in college counseling and preparation for exams. GRE, GMAT, SAT, LSAT, SSAT, MCAT, TOEFL, and DAT. If you want the best results, register now. Versan Educational Services, located at 134 Constant Spring Road. Call 755-2187. Shop 17 Island Plaza, Ocherias, and Shop 39 Overton Plaza, Montego Bay. For success in going overseas to study, call Versan today. Now registering for 2008. Classes start July 7.
Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart. Don't settle for high prices and limited variety. Megamart has a wide selection of groceries, freshly baked goods, household items and appliances, furniture, clothing, and much more. You can also dine in or out at our food court and fill your prescription at our pharmacy while you shop. We're open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart, Portmore and Kingston. Megamart, the best value by far.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here on land. Hello?
Good morning, afternoon, Mr. P.
Good afternoon to you, sir. How are you?
No, not bad at all. Hear this. I have so much to say to you, but yesterday was very informative. Very informative when that wonderful lady come on. And this morning again, Dr. Gomes ought to be congratulated.
Doctor?
Caroline Gomes.
Oh, yes.
Ought to be congratulated.
Oh, yes.
Now, look, I am taking you off on a tangent because I'm fed up with this R.A. Wilmot business. Now, Buster Manty was right when he took Jamaica out of Federation, you know. And he's right for many, many reasons. Look what they're doing. The West Indies Cricket Board of Control is doing to young Marlon Samuels. He's the best batsman on the team. And for some reason or the other, he wrote a letter the other day to the IICBOC, the West Indies Cricket Board of Control, complaining about his treatment at practice. I hear old Tracy says the worst thing he has ever done. But I can tell him something about...
Who said that?
Old Tracy said that.
Oh, I see. You mean,
yes.
The Attorney General?
Oral Tracy, no. Oral Tracy. 50 years ago, there was a man played for St. Catherine Bernard Lodge named George Mutty. You ever hear about George Mutty?
But of course, yes.
George Mutty was a left-arm spinner. And the West Indies Cricket Board were playing India. The team was at India at the time. And they sent for George Mutty. Or they sent for a cricketer, and George Mutty was sent to them. He reached as far as Bombay. And then they said, no, go back, we don't want you. We don't want you.
I don't remember that.
I remember it, though. I remember it very much. I remember who was the skipper, too. The skipper was a Jamaican named Jerry Alexander.
Oh?
George Mutty was sent back to Jamaica. Ask anybody to dig up the history book. George Mutty used to play for St. Catherine and Bernard Lodge, mostly at an oval named Lime Tree Oval.
Yes.
50 years ago. It's over 50 years, a little few years more than 50.
But did Jerry Alexander have anything to do with his rejection?
No.
Oh.
Jerry Alexander, he was there. He was the skipper of the team.
Yes.
I don't know for what reason why they sent back George, but they sent him back. He was a big man. I met him at Lucas Nelson Oval.
Yes.
And this Jamaican syndrome, they have trouble all the while with the West Indies Cricket Board. Look what the recent debacle. They recommend Grid Gale to captain the one-dayers. And you have 3 selectors. One of them is Greenwich. He was a first-class batsman. You have one named Butts. He never did anything. He's like the present skipper, Ganga. Ganga played in about 12 matches. He's a perfect failure. Ganga is the perfect failure for a West Indies cricket team.
The present captain?
The present captain, Darren Ganga.
You mean the guy who made,
North and 5 in this match. North and 5.
No, man, the captain made a century.
The captain, originally the captain was Sarwan. Not very good either, but he hurt his shoulder and had to come back. And Darren Ganga was given the skipper. And he made 0 and 5. Panasar get him LBW both times. You hear what I say? I know cricket. Ganga is no good. He played over 12 matches and he never passed 12 runs. And they keep pushing him and pushing Ganga. And I don't know for what reason. It must be a film that says somebody up there likes me. Somebody up there likes Ganga, for whatever the reason. He cannot bat like Marlon Samuels, not in this world, but I don't know about the world to come. He cannot bat like Marlon Samuels. Why the playing catches should be with Marlon Samuels?
But being able to bat and being able to captain are not one and the same thing.
This man can't earn his place. Ganga cannot earn his place. He's not one and the same thing. Ganga can't lead from the front.
What's his name? The recent captain, Brian Lara.
Mr. Lara, I know.
He could bat.
He's the best batsman in the world, but he's got an attitude. I hear somebody say he can mash up any team because he had something with Walsh, he had something with Adams, and he had another tiff with somebody else who was the last skipper before him. 3 skippers. So I am telling you that Lara is the best bat in the world.
Well,
But
I
he
don't
can
know about
undermine
that.
any skipper.
I know he's very talented,
He can undermine any skipper.
but I have a feeling that if one of these Australians had his talent,
Yes.
boy, they would have made more runs than could be written down in the book.
This West Indies, yes, I agree with you, but this West Indies cricket board is a disaster. It's downward, it's going on a downward slide. Never mind the debacle that take place with World Cup, Cricket World Cup, and the disenfranchised with over 9 billion that caused our government, caused the world-class finance minister to say all he does is pay the bills.
Oh, incidentally, I hear that there is some firm,
Yes.
some company that wants to take over the cow pasture down at Trelawney there.
Give it to them by the grace of God. Give it to them, make them take it.
Well, they want to take it over and
Run dog race there.
run something or some sporting events there.
Oh, they have some dog races, you know.
Oh, yeah?
But I will run it at Park Royal abroad.
Uh-huh.
And I could use it as a dog race. You understand? But I don't know whether I'm going to get the people, the spectators, who's going to support it.
Yes, well.
That is where the problem is going to come in.
Uh-huh.
Because I don't know where the 2 million a month is going to come from to upkeep that place.
Uh-huh.
It's like old-time Wilmot Bath. It's a white elephant. It's round our neck. It's round the taxpayers of this country neck. We don't know how. But the West Indies Cricket Board is a disaster. And I remember as a little boy when I hear the story that Buster said, get shot to the Federation. And Eric Williams said, 1 from 10 leave not. Every day now, I'm coming to think that Buster did the right thing. Because Trinidad is doing with this little country here as they like.
Oh.
They own the cement company.
Oh.
They own every damn thing here.
Well,
the only person that don't own here is me and you. They don't own you and they don't own me.
Nothing too wrong with that. I mean,
you want them to own us too?
Eh?
You want them to own us?
No, but if Jamaica has assets that it cannot manage.
Cannot manage.
Yes.
Oh.
The government creates problems. For
Look
people
here.
who.
We borrowed 80 million. We borrowed 80 million one time from Trinidad.
Uh-huh.
And some kerfuffle developed. And Michael Manley said, fancy, they have pitch lake in Trinidad and they couldn't patch a blasted road. You remember that argument?
Uh-huh.
And the phones in Trinidad don't work. Because if you're in Trinidad and you're in places like Tuna Puna or Arima and you want to book your ticket or book to confirm your flight to come out of Trinidad, you have to reach Port of Spain.
Uh-huh.
At that time, I don't know if them improve it now.
I don't think it was ever as bad as that.
I went to Arima and I have to leave Arima and come to Port of Spain to leave the country. But they're having us as they like. They're doing as they like with us.
Well, because we're doing so badly. It's not their fault, it's ours.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
And how given this little fellow...
And the government
Yes.
of the mid-90s
Yes.
made itself the enemy of the entrepreneur.
Of course.
Right?
Yes.
And there are a lot of people, people like Paul Chen Yong and,
Yes.
the other fellow there. Their major problem was that they were entrepreneurs.
They were entrepreneurs.
And when they brought down, it wasn't the banking system alone that came down,
Everything came down.
Yes.
Everything came down, came tumbling down.
And it came tumbling down as a result of the policies, the conditions that government imposed upon them.
I am speaking to you as a man. My grandmother was born in Barbados.
Uh-huh.
My grandfather was a Montserratian.
Uh-huh.
He was born in Montserrat.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if he have any links with Sierra Leone because he was black as a Ace of Spades. My granny was half white.
Uh-huh.
You understand?
Yes.
And I have been to Castries, St. Lucia. I've been to nearly every island.
Uh-huh.
And if you don't watch it, Turks and Caicos take us over. Take us over and buy us out.
Well, they would have to compete with Cayman.
They would have to compete with Cayman. And you know Cayman was a dependent of Jamaica.
I don't know if Bermuda would be interested in us.
You know. Now then, let's skip back to the dead business. Aria Wilmot. You ever been to a morgue in England?
No.
I have been. And when you go there, a friend of mine got killed one Saturday night at a party. Another one hit him in his head with a hammer. And he died. And the Sunday morning I went to the morgue. And I just told them I come to look for the name of the person. And they press a button. And out flew a drawer. And when I look, it was a bloke in the drawer. And it was a public morgue I went to.
Yes.
A country like this, 2.7 million, and we haven't got a public morgue?
If had it been here in Jamaica,
yes,
they would have had to dig among a pile of corpses.
A pile of corpses kicking bodies off
From
one
what you've
another.
got
And say, is this? It look like this?
Yes.
It look like that? Or is this one now we have? And we would go like that. I don't know what is going to be said in Parliament today by the acting Prime Minister.
Well, one looks forward to hearing.
Look, you remember the Linns up in Mandeville?
Yes.
I commend the police, and I wrote to the editor of the Observer, and it was printed that it's 1 to 3 days in civilized countries you can have a forensic test, you know. They dig hard at this dump.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Hear this? Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan products, good Jamaica, greater value. The time by Astrosan products is
2 o'clock.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by the Manchester Co-op Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation. The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Porus. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Now for today's weather brief. There's a surface trough across the central Caribbean. This afternoon, expect scattered showers and thunderstorms mainly over northern and southwestern areas. In our 3-day outlook, Thursday will be partly cloudy with scattered showers and thunderstorms during the afternoon. On Friday, expect more partly cloudy conditions, scattered showers and thunderstorms with winds during the afternoon. Saturday, look for cloudy conditions with showers and thunderstorms across most areas. Also expect windy conditions. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by the Manchester Co-op Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation. Think comfort. Think Carrier, the world's most trusted brand in air conditioning. More homes, hotels, and businesses use Carrier air conditioners because they have a proven record for the coolest, most reliable, and energy-efficient units on the market. All teamed with great service and affordable prices. Call CAC 2000 Limited, 1-888-991-5921, and refresh yourself. Carrier, turn to the experts. The news is out. You already know Langer's pomegranate juice helps clear clogged arteries and fights heart disease. Now, clinical trials by the National Cancer Institute in the USA indicate that pomegranate juice may stop recurring prostate cancer. Langer's pomegranate juice is made from the whole fruit for maximum antioxidant content. Langer's pomegranate juice, your ally in the fight against prostate cancer and heart disease. Available in your favorite supermarket. Distributed by Qualcare Limited.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up in wallet and him look at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't matter stop you come to it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be to us.
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maple Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here.
Yes, Mr.
Look
P.
here, I just had a call from somebody.
Yes.
Who said that the captain of the time at the time of that incident that you talk about.
Yes.
Was not Jerry Alexander.
Who was it?
The man who, when Yardley did his best, he won the test.
Yes.
With those two little friends of mine, Ramadin and Valentine.
Who was that? Yardley?
No, man.
Who was that?
Goddard. Yardley did his best.
I don't remember Goddard
Goddard won the
to
test.
India at that time.
I beg your pardon?
I don't remember God. I go have to look at my book.
I don't know. I don't have no recollection.
If Goddard went to India at that time. I know you gotta go quickly.
But Goddard was very early in the...
His initial was JDC Goddard. Yes, he captained the team 50.
Yes, in
and when he
1950.
came back from England, he came back on the line and named Golfito.
Yes.
And he brought that about 6 race horses.
Is that so?
I am telling you.
I see, I didn't know that.
Mr. P, listen to this. The Linsdom, you know, forensic tests on the body of people in Jamaica take about 2 months. 1 to 3 days abroad.
Yes.
And the Linsdom, after they dig over that dump in Mandeville. Clean Marsh, Mr. Green, and you have to commend them because some people would have given up the search and they find those people dismembered bodies.
Yes.
And I'm sorry to be talking about it because my sympathy goes out to the family of the Linsdom.
Yes.
We don't have any proper forensic thing that can get in good time.
That is quite... But then, sir...
I wrote to the editor of the Observer and it was printed.
Hold on. Everybody is talking about the inadequacy of the forensic arrangements.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
But what about the inadequacy of the hospital wards? Of the hospital operating theatres?
And the jump.
Of the schools?
The jump to act that our advertisement
Of the
going
roads? Of the roads?
Yes.
Of the... what else? What is there in Jamaica that is in good
What
order?
is it? You know, a man told me one time he don't like your program, and I said, why you don't like Mr. Perkins' program? He said, Mr. Perkins keep repeating one thing too much. Him they don't want to be reminded.
I see what
Look
you
at
mean.
the contractor general now. The contractor general report was tabled. Was it yesterday?
Whenever.
And every department has flouted the government rules. Every government department
Yes.
has flouted their own rules. So what we playing at? What are we playing at? They issue a contract to Blue Cross for 2.6 billion
Yes.
insurance and don't put it out to tender.
Yes.
And
But hold on a little bit. What interests me, I'd like to find out, that 2 billion, whatever it is, contract with Blue Cross.
Yes.
Does it include they say it's for public sector workers?
Yes.
Does that include the politicians?
I can't.
Because they have an insurance policy. I think it is with Blue Cross.
Yes.
That allows them
And their family.
to avoid the cockroaches in Kingston Public Hospital.
Of course. And I know people who suffer hell down there with the teenager cockroaches.
Oh, yes.
And the permanent secretary said, what happened? You don't have a cockroach in your house. What happened? You don't have cockroach in your house.
Well, apparently she then has cockroaches in hers.
True. Boric powder.
I can't
condensed milk.
I can't remember the last day I saw a cockroach in my house.
Boric powder and condensed milk, but perhaps they can't afford the condensed milk. If you mix that and put under the edge of the table, all the roaches flee. And it's down the KPH, boric powder, condensed milk, but perhaps they can't afford the condensed milk.
I follow you.
That's the problem. I am telling you, but the contractor general has cited several. And we have a minister of local government wetting up himself with the one, him sidekick there, Tunto, like Lone Ranger and Tunto, about contracts that the parish council gave out over 150,000. And then, look at this. All the contracts that they gave out have flouted the government guidelines. So what is going to happen?
Well,
they even went as far, Tunto even went as far to say, the contract with the National Solid Waste, the people that have to work, they get paid. If they don't work, they get paid.
Yes. There are no consequences to flouting the government guidelines.
I tell you, a little one before I run. A bridge round a place named Aleppo in St. Mary broke down quite a while. And there is some little shenanigans going on there, how the bridge is going to be fixed. A load of stone dropped the last week and some sand. And I am hearing that 2.6 million is to be spent. And the people around there is up in arms about it. It's a similar thing, not as tough, it's not as wicked as Broadgate Bridge. And bearing in mind, nothing has been done about Broadgate as yet.
Well, they're going to drop a load of sand and stone.
But the water will wash it where the water is.
No. They just dropped the load on the riverbank there, somewhere at Broadgate, you know?
Yes.
And then after the election, they will sort of clear
it out.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. P.
Okay.
Thanks for listening.
All the best to you. Thank you. Okay, hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir. Hi. How are you?
Oh, I'm not too bad, sir.
I haven't heard from you for a little while.
Quite a while, eh? Well, I'm here. A gentleman was talking to you a while ago about trust.
Yes.
And Mr. Golding and so on. But the Labourites don't have any look. They don't have to look any further than when the Prime Minister was seeking election for the PNP position as president. And Maxine Henry Wilson, remember she spoke about you can trust Prime Minister. So they don't have to go any further than that. Use Maxine.
Well,
Maxine said, how can you trust? But you know, I don't understand the Prime Minister. She is there talking about trust and trust.
Well,
when Mr. Golding left, Mr. Golding was born in the JLP, you know. It's his party. Bred in the JLP, grew up in the JLP. And he, after a while, he couldn't get on with the guys. He moved out a little, and then he found he made a mistake, and he came back. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Well,
You see anything wrong with that, sir?
Well, I don't know, sir. It has happened all over the world, and
it's his party. I'm saying it's his party.
Yes,
As a matter of fact, I think his father was a founding member of the party.
Churchill did something similar.
You know? I'm saying, if my memory serves me right, I think his father, Patience Golding, was a founding member of the JLP.
I think so, yes.
Right, so he's a man's party.
Well.
Anyway, be that as it may, the police, Mr. Perkins, and this Bob Woolmer case.
Yes.
Why are people blaming the police? I cannot for the life of me understand. The police was just a vehicle, you know.
No.
That told the people what the expert told him. The pathologist. The pathologist.
No.
Well, tell me why you say no.
Police were in charge of the investigation.
But they're not experts in pathology.
Hold on, sir. The police were in charge of the investigation. And the police got information from a pathologist. Right? The pathologist does not
what is important?
Pathologist told him that it was murder.
Hold on.
By strangulation.
No.
Yes, this is what Mr.
No.
Shield, you watched the program last night.
Hold on a minute for me now. The pathologist says that it was murder. I say the pathologist may have told them.
Yes, that it was murder.
Right. But that is not what is important. What is important is the facts that the pathologist gave them on which he based that position. And it is those facts. The pathologist doesn't determine murder, right? Ultimately, it is the court,
Forget the murder. Forget the technology.
Yes,
Forget
but hold on, sir.
the terminology.
Hold on a minute.
He said the man died from strangulation.
But would you like to listen to me for a moment? I heard you, right? The pathologist provides them, not with a statement that the man died from strangulation, but with evidence which he interprets in that way. And they are free to interpret any other way, right? They match that, put that evidence together with other evidence that they have, right? And make a judgment as to whether it is murder, not merely on the pathologist's report, but on the evidence that they found at the scene of the crime, right?
I'm hearing
and whatever other evidence they have. So it isn't that the pathologist comes in, examines the body, and then says to them, this was murder by strangulation.
But Mr. Perkins,
right?
Can I say something now?
Yeah, hold on just a moment.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're open 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is
2:15.
This is an important announcement from the National Water Commission. The National Water Commission, NWC, wishes to advise its customers in the following areas of St. Elizabeth: Malvern, St. Mary's, Southfield, Bellevue Housing Scheme, Top Hill, Corby, Bethlehem Teachers College, Hampton High School, and Monroe College, that they will be without their regular piped water supply Wednesday, June 13, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. This disruption is to facilitate repairs on the distribution main in the area. The NWC apologizes for any inconvenience this disruption may cause and urges customers to store water for use during this period. That was an important announcement from the National Water Commission. So, who is the lucky bride?
Lucky who? I just pick up my suit from Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor.
From foreign?
No! Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor, Shop 47 Twin Gates Plaza. Their suits are equivalent to suits from West End London.
But Bespoke Tailor is a Jamaican tailor right a yard. And them have the best tailor-made suits about you.
Bespoke Tailor? No wonder I thought you were spoken for.
Victor Wilson, Bespoke Tailor, 926-7587.
Hey, Red! Rodeo is a-coming.
Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome, Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-546-5106. Courtesy courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Yes, Mr. Perkins,
Yeah.
I wanted to say something, you see. When you were breaking, you said that the pathologist did not tell the police that the man was murdered.
No, I didn't say that.
What did you say?
What I said, sir, is that the pathologist, even if he expresses such an opinion, right, that opinion has to be based upon evidence. And that evidence...
That goes without saying, Mr. Perkins.
Hold on just a moment. And that evidence is supplied by him to the police. Right? Now the police, if that evidence does not match, if first of all, they are not bound by the conclusion to which he comes. Right? On that evidence. But also, if that evidence does not match with other evidence that they have, they are in a position to question it. And they, as happened in this case, they gave the information, the material to other pathologists, right? Who gave them opinions that contradicted that of the local Dr. Shah.
Have you read the front page of today's Observer, where the man said, and I quote, "I am sticking to my findings.
Yes.
He was murdered."
But then, sir, Dr. Shishaya is sticking to his conclusion.
That the man was
The
murdered.
man was murdered.
Right.
But the police are saying that the man was not murdered. Right?
That is no.
But then
the police are now saying now after 3 well-known pathologists have looked at the thing and said that he was not murdered. But at the time, that's what he told the police.
Yes, sir, but the point that I'm making to you is that the police were not bound by what Dr. Shishaya believes. Right?
But if you watch Mark Shields last night on the program,
Yeah.
he said this was told to him and he did not want, because it was, it was started, people had started to say that they were covering up. So as he got the expert opinion, he issued it so that nobody in the world could not say that they were covering up anything.
Look, sir,
I don't see anything wrong with that.
I'm hoping to have Mr. Shields on the program tomorrow afternoon.
Great. Try having Mr. Perkins. One last thing, you see. Recently in Florida, because pathologists can make mistakes, and I hear people giving Jamaica hell and how we are incompetent and a lot of rubbish. Recently in Florida, about a couple of months ago, a medical examiner, that's what they call him in Florida. The pathologist, they call him medical examiner. A youngster, a black youngster, who was in a juvenile detention, he died suddenly. And there was a big outcry from the people, and when it came out, the guards in the juvenile center, they roughed him up, and he died suddenly. And when the ME did his examination, he said that the youngster died from sickle cell complications. There was another major outrage that the government, the governor, had to get a second and third opinion where that is concerned.
Yes.
And it came out that the guy died from asphyxiation. He was strangled by the guards.
Yes.
It's just to show that, mistakes can be made.
Of course mistakes can be made. And carelessness can be practiced.
Right.
Right?
But I wouldn't blame Mark Shields. Because he didn't want people to say he was covering up. So he got the expert advice and he let it out. Okay, Mr. Perkins,
All right,
thank
sir.
you.
Thank you very much. Okay, hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, sir, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. I know everybody's focusing on this Bob Wilmot case. I'd just like to make a few comments on it. I think, you see, Mr. Perkins, that the pathologist, I think he was being very, very negligent.
Very what?
I think his negligence should not be overlooked, sir.
Uh-huh.
Right? And I think this is not an isolated case either. These things have been happening in even in other, like the private medical, like in the medical labs. These things happen in a way where do tests and people make mistakes.
Oh.
Well, one of the things that Jamaican rely on, and this is something that is going around now, this thing where you hear them call coalitions. Doctors have a coalitions.
A what?
Doctors don't give against doctors.
Uh-huh.
I think these Jamaican doctors, this is why I think they rely on a lot. That when they make a mistake, there is no doctor in Jamaica especially that is going to point it out to the person.
I don't know that is so, sir.
You don't know that, sir?
No.
Well, that has been my experience. Right?
That has been your experience?
Yes. So
you've gone around.
Once you go to a doctor, and coming from a doctor, you're lucky if they want to even see you, treat you or anything like that. They want to send you back to that doctor. And I'm not feeling any I don't feel sorry for this pathologist. I think every action necessary should be taken against him, because I don't see how on earth him could come up with a finding like that. But what I want to urge the Jamaican public to do is these medical lab. I don't know which agency govern them, or which agency responsible to discipline them, right? But I can't believe that these agencies really effective, because they don't care. They don't care. Not even the doctors don't care. I tell you,
this pathologist is fairly experienced, you know, sir. He did the postmortems in the Britain case, and in the Kroll case, I believe.
But okay, in light of what happened in this case, I am just thinking just how much more mistake made and the wrong report given to the authority about other people's deaths.
Uh-huh.
You know, I can't just stop thinking about that.
Uh-huh.
Right? And this is gross negligence, man.
Well,
So-
it is the problem does not begin and end with that particular pathologist, right?
Why is
Because the facilities in Jamaica for dealing with these problems are many of them not in place.
No, but you don't in presenting your findings, you have to refer to that.
We have not yet seen. I have not yet seen the findings of the pathologist, and I haven't seen what he submitted to the police.
No, his finding caused the police to determine that a murder was committed, right? And thus they have to go overseas to get 2 more additional
You know, sir,
reports.
the pathologist did a postmortem.
Mm.
We were told that the results of that postmortem were inconclusive. Then within a matter of hours, that was at a press conference. Within a matter of hours, there was another press conference on the same day, and we were told that the results were suspicious. And then the following day, there was yet another press conference, and this time we were told that the results showed that Mr. Wilmot had been murdered. Right?
Yeah.
Same autopsy. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that not require some explanation, sir?
Sir, when all is
Hold
said
on.
and done,
Hold on.
all is said and done, sir.
Hold on a moment. Does it require some explanation?
Explanation for what?
If you're a police investigator,
Uh-huh.
assuming that this is how it went,
Uh-huh.
if you were a police investigator,
Yeah.
a doctor does a postmortem,
Uh-huh.
and tells you that the results are inconclusive. Then within a matter of a couple of hours, he tells you that the results were suspicious. And then in another few hours, he tells you that the results indicated murder.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be skeptical about that.
No, but as Mark...
You wouldn't be skeptical?
Hold on.
Hold on a minute. Answer my question. Hold on a minute.
They have published that the second guess a pathologist report a person who is an expert in that area.
Yes.
You can't. So hold on. You want him second guess the man report or into the man murder, right? And don't carry out that investigation. You don't think he'll come under criticism?
No. So second guessing. Then how did they send the material to 3 other pathologists to have a look at it?
No, but that is in line in getting in the same report thing, the same pathologist thing. But what you are saying is that they should not rely totally on that the pathologist.
Well, what I'm suggesting, sir, is that if I were a police investigator and that information was given to me, I would be very skeptical about it.
Yeah.
Oh,
but
well.
you could be, but you couldn't act against it, you know. You could doubt it. That's a fact.
And if you doubt it, you would seek to have it verified.
But that's why they went abroad.
Yes.
Verified.
But then they acted on it before they went abroad.
Oh, they acted on it before they went abroad. Yeah, but it confirmed their suspicions.
What?
What you are trying to say that they shouldn't have come to the public. They shouldn't have gone to the public before they gather all the facts. They should have gone abroad, get the additional.
They should not have. They should not. I would question whether they should have published what turns out to be false information, or so it is said. False information about which they had doubts.
Okay.
They should not have passed on that information to the public and to the world.
But eventually, it will still go back to the pathologist.
Anyway, I have to go. Sorry about that. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of Perkins on Land for today. We'll be back, we hope, tomorrow. Usual time and place. We look forward to your company.
You've been listening to Perkins Online on Power 106. Join us